All right, hello everybody, and welcome to our first SRC event of 2025, Inky. This is the first event of our 2025 SRC season, and we are excited to get started.
Heck yeah, it's going to be a good one. We're going to see some of the most competitive matches here as people have been practicing ranked and grinding single player to get their scores up, and all culminating in a final championship event where the best players are going to meet to go for the win. So it's going to be an exciting one here, Dak.
Yeah, extremely. Something we've done before, season-long thing with 4 events, and it's very exciting to see something like this come to fruition again. So I'm excited to see the matches today.
Yeah, absolutely. We got 16 players here in our Inky event, inaugural event, and here is match number 1. Looks like we got Logan and Dar, 2 of our vets here on the Red Alliance. Eric, 9033, another strong player, I believe. He's won a few events, some of the XFC stuff. So
yeah, and I believe he did win our open tournament.
Yeah, I think you're correct as
back.
well.
Yep.
So that's going to be one to keep an eye on. Of course, there's a bunch of unknown players here that will learn their stories and figure out how good they are, and we'll see how it goes.
We've got Tyler and Eric waving to the camera right now.
Heck yeah.
Just giving us a little bit of content pre-match.
And then Duck, who I believe has a duck on their robot. So, Dar, unfortunately, slacking on that front. Normally, he also sports the duck hat kind of thing, but I think he gets in the way of this robot a little bit, so he doesn't run with it. But
it'd be interesting to see how Duck deals with it right in the middle of the funnel.
Alrighty, so we're gonna get started as soon as our referee is good to go. Players kind of just warm up. So everybody choosing to be Rust Hounds in this match. From what I've seen, that definitely is the preferred robot, the standard robot, and this is where we're going to get started here. For match number 1.
It looks like similar autos on both sides as expected.
Yeah, Logan missed one of his preloads though, so blue looking like a very decent lead here out of auto. Auto is so important to kind of set the pace early.
Yeah, definitely.
Stealing from Duck. Very good play. Actually stole 2 of the algae from the other side.
Yeah, the algae game gets very, very competitive especially in the later half of the matches where those reefs are filling up. So Duck is able to offload 2 algae into their processor.
Another steal on the other side.
Yeah, and then getting another steal off, and could have bounced one towards.
Bouncing that one.
Yep. Just misses it, but that's the hard thing with those deep cages. They get and Duck launches one through Mario Fan to the void, gets a foul on Tyler. Dar playing the algae game over at the red processor, but Tyler comes in and plays a little bit of defense. Dar and Duck getting a little bit pushed out of that processor zone. Unfortunately, a very easy area to defend.
Yeah, it's definitely something. There's so many algae over on the Red Alliance side of the field, but looks like Tyler's going to start shuttling them to the other side, or at least try to, while playing defense.
We see Duck is now playing some hard loader defense on Mario Fan and Eric. Seems to be sticking to Mario Fan for the most part. And Dar is actually getting hit with a little bit of defense too. Tyler switching between Dar and Logan between cycles while still trying to shuttle some algae. Looks like they're about to go. Well, I thought they were about to go get some algae into their processor, but Eric is going to take that. Gets fouled out for it though. A little too close to that that barge area that's a foul zone.
Yeah, blue comfortably in the lead though. They kind of have that lead on the coral. Looks like another big foul on Tyler. Actually, is going to bring it pretty close. Gonna go look for climbs now. Final
And
7 seconds.
Logan scoring up until T0, it looks like,
It
almost.
might push the climb way too late, and
And blue does tentatively take that win.
yeah. Match MVP Eric 9033. You're a previous winner of a few events, I believe. So nothing too surprising in terms of their performance here in match number 1.
Yeah, definitely some strong gameplay. And, Red, I believe it was Red that had the deficit out of auto, and they tried to play a little hard to catch up, but didn't end up able to capitalize on their algae steals, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean the algae number is 11-3, maybe.
I think that's 13
Oh, you're right.
on the red side.
Never mind. Well, just kidding.
Didn't quite make the difference they were hoping for, I guess.
Yeah, yeah.
Seemed like a clean match to me. Ready to go over to match 2.
We should probably take a quick look at the breakdown. So we have 5 ranking points for the Blue Alliance, 1 for the Red Alliance. So just to recap the ranking points, because I'm actually not super familiar with the threshold that we have set for XRC. Anybody want to jump in here for what those are, what we're looking for? Apparently, nobody knows.
I'm pulling up the rules right now.
Our ref does not know the thresholds for ranking
Yikes.
points. This is great.
I mean, to be honest, I deal with rule calls. That's an official scorer thing.
Who's our official scorer? Please tell Gluten Dad.
Yeah, penalties also kept Red Alliance in this, but the coral gap was massive here for the Blue Alliance. You look at that 176 to 131.
Yeah, a lot of that's going to come down to that auto too. It's unfortunate for them, I think. And yeah, you see Red did have a pretty decent lead over Blue and Algae, but yeah, the coral was just too much.
So unfortunately, I am not sure where the ranking point thresholds are documented. They're not in the SRC official rules.
Amazing. Maybe our ref will figure that out eventually.
Probably, hopefully.
You could probably look at quals too now.
Looks like we have on the Blue Alliance, we've got a couple familiar faces in Charlemagne and Alex 1629. I don't know if I've seen Charlemagne play any of Reefscape, but was very big in the Crescendo season.
Yeah.
And then Alex 1629, also well known and it's been around for a little bit, was pretty dominant at Crescendo, and then could say he's pretty good at Reefscape.
Yeah, we got Prods as well, a new player, I believe. So excited to see what they can do. Over on the Red Alliance, we have Ofek and ACS Dragon, who are both new players, I believe, and then Paraba, a Crescendo joiner. So we'll see how this one goes.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting with a lot of new players on the field.
Mm-hmm. The ranking point thresholds are 6 coral scored in auto and all robots leaving. 9 corals scored on each level for the coral RP, and 24 barge points in endgame.
24 barge climbs. That's 2 climbs?
Yes, 2 climbs.
Cool.
Did we ever disable co-op, or is that still a thing?
There is no cooperation bonus.
Cool.
The coral RP is strictly at least 9 coral scored in each level.
All right, good to know. As
Moving
far as
on
I can
to
tell,
two.
yeah, it looks like we're good to go.
Here. Oh, we do have a question box for the ref. But yeah.
But
Guess we'll just wait for that to.
Looks like Alex is climbing on the driver's station. Oh, you guys just missed it. Oh, nope, he's coming back. He's
Nice.
doing some pull-ups to really exercise his rust hounds there. Maybe give him a speed advantage. Lose him a little weight. But I think, all right, looks like we're going.
We are rolling. I guess the ref is okay to ref and handle the question box at the same time.
Yep, because he's just the best, even though he didn't know the RP thresholds. Looks like
interesting here. Prods is trying to remove algae rather than score in auto. Now it doesn't give any points, but it does help later on with the oh, they're stuck on top of each other. This is not great.
It looks like the Red Alliance, even with prods not scoring as much in auto, the Red Alliance did have a worse auto than the Blue Alliance. Started off with a lot less pieces, but the Red Alliance is slowly gaining a lead over that Blue Alliance.
They
just
got unstuck.
scoring pure coral.
Gonna be nice.
Looks like Prods is gonna score some processor algae. Looking like getting a little stuck up there with 2 algae in their intake. We see Paraba scoring some coral on the red side, also prepping an algae, throwing that in the processor before the coral cycle. Very efficient. You see ACS Dragon playing the coral game over on the red side. Oh, and getting an algae stuck in their funnel. That's no fun. But pops it right on out.
Nice.
We are currently 164 to 133 in favor of the Blue Alliance. It's looking like that coral and that algae that they're just consistently cycling up is working in their favor. The Blue Alliance getting in each other's way a little, or the Red Alliance, sorry, getting in each other's way a little bit. Pile up of coral in the far loader station, definitely not helping their case. But as they continue to score, we see looks like Prods is coming over, going to play some processor defense on that Red Alliance, trying to keep that lead that they've established. And then Paraba seems to just give up, doesn't want to deal with the defense, so they're going to go place some on the back of the reef.
Yeah, there's not a lot of ability to get around those defensive plays as they go for climbs here.
And it looks as if it is 186 to 244 in favor of that Blue Alliance. MVP of the match is Charlemagne, who actually doing very well. So I would like to see if our ref has any calls, but he's still in the question box.
Yeah.
With no questioning people.
What?
Oh, never mind.
Well, that was match 2.
Yeah,
very exciting.
That was a pretty exciting match, especially the Blue Alliance actually able to, I didn't even realize, able to come back from having 2 robots intermingled with each other for like a good 20 seconds. That's very impressive. But they were in fact able to do it, and barring any ref calls, looks like they were able to take out that win.
Looks like it was good to me.
Okay. If we take a look at the breakdown here when it comes up, we'll see where these alliances had their strengths and weaknesses. I think just visually, to me, a lot of the lower coral levels on the Red Alliance don't seem to be filled out, and there's
Yeah.
actually 2 algae still in the reef, so that's just missed potential points. And as we look at the breakdown, the Red Alliance, yeah, had a 38 less coral points than the blue, and then the algae points were significantly lower, and they got less in climbs. They did gather
Basically,
8 penalty
board.
points, but
Only 3 ranking points though for the win. It is pretty tough to get the RPs unless everybody's kind of firing on all cylinders here, but that's the way she goes.
yep. And having a lot of new players on the field does add so much volatility in the way you play matches, because less experience translates into bumps and scuffs and anything that'll take a little bit of efficiency off of a top player.
Mm-hmm. Real quick, I'd like to issue a small correction to match 1. There was there's a missed end game penalty, which added a climb and a major foul for the Red Alliance and gave them the climb RP.
All right, as we look at match 3, we've got a couple familiar faces here. Well, one of the people on Red Alliance just left, so I'm going to preview the Blue Alliance. We've got a familiar player, Duck, that we've already seen play today. And we have, looks like Aaron and Le Kerbal. I haven't seen any gameplay from those two. Somebody could correct me if they've seen anything, but
yeah, I haven't from what so we'll see how they do in their first match, and then over on the red side we got Logan returning. We have Turtle, who you mentioned earlier, at least me personally, that they've been looking good, and one of the older players, not like super active, but Vibes. I believe they started in 2022, actually. So
interesting. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, an alliance of 2 new players and one veteran-ish player against an alliance with 2 veteran players, and Turtle has been playing, I believe, like you said, quite a bit, and seems to be fairly solid and ranked. So we're gonna see when we get this match started. All right, here we go.
alrighty, auto off. Everybody going for their
Aaron
preloads.
having a little slow start, but does manage to get his piece up. Blue looking like they're moving just a little bit quicker than a Red Alliance, and they have 1 extra coral on that L4 out of auto, but yeah, it is entirely too close to make a decision on anything. We've got Logan starting to run some of that algae into the processor, and Aaron on the blue side doing the same. With Duck and Kerbal working on that coral. And this is a really tight match, guys. It's
back and forth here. Red Alliance just bumping into each other there.
Yeah,
not what you like to see.
And it looks like Vibes is already doing level 1.
L1, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Maybe
interesting
good
play.
at L1 though. Like,
yeah,
maybe that other players just aren't comfortable with that because it's not worth as many points. You might not have practiced it as much, but
right.
You do need it for the ranking point, right? So
yeah, this could be a strategic play from Vibes too, for Elim's picking purposes later on, trying to make sure that they can solidify if they don't think they're a high quality top scorer, that maybe they can pick up that 2nd or 3rd spot in an alliance.
Still very close here. We do see that Blue Alliance has scored a lot more processor, which is keeping them in it. It's still under 10 points.
Yeah, we see. It looks like Duck is going for some of those lower level, the L2s, but has a coral stuck in their basket. Not going to be. Oh, but it translates into an L1 for the Blue Alliance. That's seemingly good trade off for
Red's
having
going for
something stuck.
L1s now, but that's allowed Blue into the lead here in the final few seconds here. They're going for the ranking point, but he also got to get the win.
Yeah, 20 seconds left, and noticeably on both sides, there's still algae in the reef. It's a little late to start clearing algae here for those L2s and 3s.
Red's out of coral. They have no coral left. Oh, this is
And
going to be close.
it's going to be very
Oh
close.
my goodness, it's going to come down to climbs. Can they hold
And
on?
the Blue Alliance is going to seemingly take this one.
Look at how many dropped coral are on there for the Red Alliance side.
Yeah, that's it's definitely interesting to see, especially given Red has the more experienced players. If you notice, like if if I had a zoom lens right now, you can see the L2 and 3 of the Blue Reef are just completely bare on that backside because there were still algae sitting there until the end of the match. That's something they're going to want to look at in the future.
Yeah, to me, it looked like the Red Alliance probably had the slight edge, but they overcommitted a bit too much to the L1 game plan.
Yeah.
You can see the Blue Alliance. I think basically all their L1s were just misses from higher levels.
I think something also to note is Red's barge got filled up in such a way that Blue could just keep cycling the processor and the algae would bounce back out.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
you can
big
tell
algae
from
gap
that
here,
contribution, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Nearly double.
even with all the L1s,
Mhm.
Red actually outcycled the Blue Alliance in coral points. So yeah, gonna be. I think it's 2 matches now. We've seen not all the algae cleared off the reef by the end of the match, which is interesting, given some of the ranked gameplay that we've seen. Usually, all that algae is gone by the end of the match. But we'll just have to see what happens over the course of the event. Ooh, looks like we have some rankings. We have not many matches played, so we're just oh, okay.
We're just changing
They're a
it up.
little they're not very matches played, not very many matches played, so obviously these are gonna okay. Obviously these are gonna change up as the day goes on, but we have currently Le Kerbal and Scherderfer. I don't even know if I could tell you who that is.
The ranking score on the ranks seems incorrect to me, by the way.
That does seem incorrect.
Yeah.
Let's
maybe worth investigating. But
let's
anyways,
investigate that before we put it on stream next time. We're gonna get on to match 4. And this one is actually looking really interesting. We've got quite a few new people on the field. Starting with the Red Alliance, we have Prods, who I believe played 1 match already. Aaron, who played in either our last match or the match before, and Turtle, who played in a match already today. And then Tyler, Mario Fan, and Ofek on the Blue Alliance. It's a lot of newer players, a lot less experience. We're gonna see how that shakes out, and I for one love seeing matches with players that haven't quite mastered the game yet. I'm a huge fan of watching the lower division matches in the ladders and everything, and this is going to be an exciting one for me personally.
Yeah, for sure. It's always cool to see players develop, especially when they do become that top level kind of level of play after they've played enough to compete with the best, and that journey starts on match 1 or calls for in some cases.
Yeah, so
I think we're ready to get match 4 up and running.
All right.
Yep. Can just send it whenever it is good.
Sounds good.
Exciting to see.
Looking at match
how these
3,
autos
I
go.
am almost wondering if having a push bot on your alliance to pick up all the dropped coral
Yeah, true.
might be useful.
You don't lose those opportunities.
It's like a slower auto than we're used to on both sides, but blue is coming out pretty strong near the end with, I believe, 5 coral scored out of auto,
A
and
bunch
red with only 4.
nearly made it as well, just wasn't able to get it on time.
Yeah, we see already Prods is going over to the opposite side of the field. They are, looks like they're currently entangled with Tyler. That could spell trouble for both sides, and a foul on Prods for being in that reef zone. Turtle and Aaron are currently... and Prods
I
is
think
still
they're
stuck over there.
They're stuck
Yeah,
on Tyler here, so this is just a brutal situation where you probably have to reset out of it. But a lot of the new players, they're out, but Tyler is not. Tyler's still caught on the reef. Now they're gonna reset.
Tyler takes that reset. Looks like Tyler's going to go straight from that reset into playing some of the algae game here, and Prods is actually going to go do the same thing. So now the Blue Alliance has a significant lead over that Red Alliance, and and gets a foul for ramming into the cage. That is a big no-no. So the Blue Alliance is just going to try and keep that lead they've got, but Ofek just got a double possession foul, so... And blue is going to scramble, trying to make up these 30-40 points that they're missing. It is currently looking a little rough. But we see Ofek on blue is currently struggling to pick up coral from the station, but he does get one, and he's about to place it on what looks like L3. Prods is back over in the blue zone.
Big
A bit
steal
of a
here.
terrifying discovery.
Almost got the foul, but good play there.
Yeah, about a millimeter away from the from the foul zone, but
yeah,
it's okay as long as the foul doesn't happen. And we notice actually only one algae remains on that red reef, and the red and blue are both going to climb with 7 seconds left in the match.
Trying to get up, it's a tough one. Blue looking comfortable here though.
Yeah, I think those fouls from Prods getting stuck on Tyler were just a little too much for the Red Alliance to come back from. That's a lesson you never want to learn that lesson twice. So we do see match MVP was Turtle 48-31 with 78 contribution, but Mario Fan was close behind with 74. And other than the penalties, it was a very close match. If you look at all those score contributions, they are all very close to each other. So looks like blue is going to take that win with just 3 ranking points. And the coral points on blue were actually quite a bit higher than reds, but offset somewhat by the algae being higher for red. And then those penalty points were just a huge factor.
Would have been a 6-point game.
Yeah, all right. Looks like Quals 5 is about to get underway. We have okay, no introductions. We're going straight in.
Sorry about that.
It's all good. It's all
Eric,
good. We
Eric
make
on
up for
red,
lost time.
starting for those autos. I believe Eric's one of the few that has one of those really high piece number autos, but choking under the pressure. So we're gonna.
Oh no!
Oh, Dragon is currently beached on the
Oh no!
the reef.
Trying
Dar
to save him.
is gonna come
that is
over
not
and flip
saving
him. Well,
Board.
actually, it could be if you flip him far enough, he gets his auto reset.
This is
so
brutal.
Dar is currently attempting to unbeach the robot, and he has done it. So thankful. Dragon is definitely thankful for Dar there. But it does leave the Blue Alliance with quite a bit of a deficit. They're going to need to play their best to catch back up to the red. And red is actually I mean, I'd say both alliances have pretty decent players on them. We've got Eric, who's, again, known for winning a couple events, double cycling right now, doing an L1 and then looking to do another L1, apparently. Interesting strategy that I don't think many people employ. I don't know. I don't play this game, but we see ACS Dragon on the blue side going straight from loader to the reef, trying to throw some of those coral onto L4. It does look like the Blue Alliance is catching up quite a bit. Eric getting some penalties for his double possessions. That is a risky strategy, and he is just throwing all of them onto the L1.
Yeah, he's going for the RP, right? So that's brought Blue Alliance back into this. Once he gets the 9, though, I think we're going to see Red jump out a little bit again.
Which, personally, I can't count very well, but it does look like there's 8 in there. Yeah. So
Eric's not doing L1s anymore, so...
It looks like... And Red Alliance is starting to get a bit of a lead. Paraba actually moving over to defense, but is getting beached on Dragon. Dragon needs to compensate.
Into the zone. He's trying to drive away. Okay, he gets the reset. Yeah.
That was very, very close for Paraba there, getting dragged into that cage zone. Noticing Blue Alliance is just trying to... They're still in this match, but there's 8 seconds left, and not looking good for them to catch up unless something happens with times.
Here. Not gonna happen.
Unfortunately not.
I don't know if Red Alliance got the RP, though. Looks like the L2s are lacking a bit here.
Yeah, which is unfortunate, but what can you do? Except score more on L2.
True.
And again, there's the single algae that nobody wants to take off the reef for whatever reason.
I mean, if you don't need to, you don't need to.
The coral is fairly close. The algae, actually, Red Alliance took 18 points over blue in the algae department. The barge was equal, and then penalty points, 8 penalty points going to the Blue Alliance for those double possessions from Eric.
Yeah.
But not enough to swing anything for Red, unfortunately.
Alrighty, this is match number 6. We got Alex, Tyler, and Ovek on red, and Charlemagne, Vibes, and Eric again, right? He's just played a match. He's got back-to-back.
Looks like Eric has a back-to-back. So we're going to see this should be a very strong Blue Alliance here. The Red Alliance, not a slouch, though. We're going to see what these alliances can do during auto. Red Alliance starting off strong. Vibes, I'm not sure what's going on. Has a coral stuck on their bumper. But looks like they're still going to try and get one piece off. Not quite. But Blue still exceeding the Red's point value in auto. Looked like they had 5 pieces up out of auto, where Red only had 4. Or maybe they had 5 as well. It was very close. The Blue Alliance is rushing around each other. Everybody is pitching into that algae game except Eric. Eric is currently focused entirely on coral, it looks like. We have the Red Alliance. Alex is scoring and then clearing algae. Going over to that processor, throwing an algae in.
And Charlemagne really struggling here with the pickups. Had to smash up against that wall a couple times to clear the jam in their funnel. Does get it cleared out, though.
A little bit of a better intake there from Charlemagne. Tyler looking like going to throw some onto that L1. Just to attempt to get Red that RP. And Red has fallen pretty well behind, 30 points.
That's a pretty big deficit in this game. especially after most of the
foul on
Bellator's
Alex
done.
for double possession. Looks like they're trying to just go really hard for that RP, which I don't blame them for, given the deficit.
Yeah, Blue also going for the RP here. We see Charlemagne doing the lower levels, Vibes doing the lower levels, or trying to miss there, unfortunately.
Eric also throwing one onto the L1. Nice little
saucer
toss.
pass. Down to our final 30 seconds here. They're almost out of coral. The blue alliance, one of those blue alliance stations is already out, so they all have to work out of the close side one.
Yeah, and it's surely it's running low, so
yeah.
But it is 16 seconds left, so not a lot of cycling to be done anymore. Looks like Vibes is going to try and climb. So is everybody on the blue. The red is currently rushing to the barge, try and get those last second climb points in.
Oh, man.
Looks like the Blue Alliance is going to take it. MVP of the match being Eric with 95 points contributed. And only just a couple points behind him is Alex with 73 points contributed. Looking very, as we predicted, very strong for that Blue Alliance. But not a high score, because they were going for that RP, but neither of those alliances made it.
No bonus RPs, yeah.
It's like 3-0.
Missed the climbs, didn't get that, didn't get enough auto, not enough coral scored. It's tough to get it, but when you do get it, it's huge.
Yeah, that's a situation where, some would argue that you're already going to win the match, just go hard for the climbs at the end so you get your bonus RPs, but sometimes it's all about pushing the envelope and trying to get every RP you can, even if you fail. That's high risk, high reward.
Yeah, sometimes you find yourself right on that edge of nearly being able to get that coral RP, and you just barely miss it, and because you push so hard, you miss a climb or something like that, and it's tough. Alrighty, I think these are correct now for rankings. Yeah, looks right. I'm not even going to pretend to pronounce that for the person in first name. First place is
Le Kerbal. With less that's crazy. With less capitalization than the in-game name, it is harder. But we do see Kerbal, Charlemagne, and Eric in the top 3. Duck and again, who is Sherdurfer? I can't even
yeah.
Like who is that? In
they're doing well. They're doing well.
Yeah, they're doing very well. I couldn't tell you who you are, but and I think some people will be surprised to see Logan and Dar actually in the bottom 4 at the moment. Sometimes
there's some issues with the rankings in the sheet.
Okay, well, I mean, it's better than it was. Let's say.
It looks like we do have 2 people in the question box.
I'll get that. Thank you for letting me.
Mm-hmm. And I'm discovering through watching this gameplay that there's a button to reverse the intake on Rust Hounds for Coral.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I had no idea.
I thought you just yoinked it out, to be honest.
That's what I thought. That's what I've been doing.
Yeah.
But apparently you can just plop the
I guess that makes sense. We saw that.
Yeah, I didn't even
or whatever. Yeah,
I didn't even think about it until I saw it. So looks like just got Alex on the field. So Looking at Qual 7, we've got Mario Fan, Turtle, and Duck, and Alex, and Dragon, and Kerbal. Okay, cool. We're starting.
Heck
So,
yeah.
Red Alliance is going... Oh, it looks like Turtle's going to miss their auto piece, and so is Dragon. But Dragon is going to take some time to clear some algae, but, well, unfortunately throws it onto the red side. Out of auto, looking fairly similar on each side, but Red Alliance is taking a little bit of a harder stance. They are pushing for this higher score here. Currently 20 points separates both alliances, with the Blue Alliance being behind. Looks like Kerbal taking a little bit of extra time to line up this L4. Almost misses it, but just barely keeps it in. Dragon going very hard on algae. There's basically no algae on the blue side of the field except the two in the reef, where the red side is currently littered with algae all over the floor. So we'll see if Dragon will go over and take advantage of some of that free low-hanging fruit. But we've got the Coral being cycled on the Red Alliance. Mario Fan throwing one onto the L3. And still about 20 points separating these alliances.
Close.
Yeah, it looks like, though, the L4 on red is almost... looks full, too. So, besides maybe one, I can't count. So the Blue Alliance does have a little bit of extra score potential in those L4s.
Yeah, and here they come. This is going to bring them closer. Not close enough to probably take the lead, but
it's still going to keep them close. If red is smart, they prioritize getting all their climbs here at the end. And it looks like the blue side of the barge is getting awfully full, so we might end up seeing some infinite algae here on the red side.
This one fall out. Oh, it lands
it
barely.
Falls
this
in.
One. Oh!
Out into the void. So now there is no algae left in play. It is all about coral and climbs in the last 30 seconds. We are still seeing a lead for red, and not much blue can do to compete with it at this point. They're just going to try and get their coral scored and get their climbs in and hope that they get that climb RP at least. And red going for climbs, around 8 seconds left. Blue is trailing a little bit farther behind him and fighting for a spot in the barge.
A little bit of the passing in the hallway situation there where both of them are trying to move out of the way, but because both of them move, they're still blocking each other.
Yeah, so seeing a very high scoring match for both alliances, actually. We're seeing a 301 for red and a 246 for blue before any ref calls. MVP of the match is a Duck with 92, but Alex with a 91 right behind him. It was a very close, I would say a close match, not in terms of points, but in terms of competitiveness on each alliance. Definitely the Red Alliance pulled ahead earlier, though, and just were able to keep that lead. And it looks like blue gets 0 RP and red gets the 3 win RPs and the boat RP.
The boat RP.
Gotcha. Okay. So good on that Red Alliance. Unfortunately, that Blue Alliance is gonna probably fall down a little far in those rankings with the lack of any RP there. Moving on to Qual 8, looks like Prods, Charlemagne, and Paraba on the Red Alliance. And I guess I should just...
Logan
Dar, Logan, and Aaron. Dar and Logan, the underdogs of this event.
Yeah. Didn't go so well the last time they played together, but maybe this time they can get redemption.
Yeah, perhaps. And it's going to be an interesting one. I think we'll... maybe Prods will go over and play some defense on that Blue Alliance. But we're about to start here. And Prods doing like a 270-degree turn in auto. Scoring on L1 for their auto piece. If it's more consistent for you, it might just be more valuable for your alliance. Gonna go for that right out of auto algae score. Red sitting a little bit further behind than blue, but obviously had a piece scored at a lower level, so not surprising.
I mean, it's big for RP if you're just a little bit more consistent, because you want to hit the 6 game pieces in auto. So,
and I've been informed that Aaron, also known as Aaron, is also known as Schurderfer, so very high in the ranks, and is going to try and keep his position there. Going for some quick and nasty algae steals here. Stealing them over the barge, getting them a little, or under the barge, I would say, getting a little stuck into the cages. But blue is in the lead by about 20 points, but both alliances are still firing on all cylinders, so it is going to be interesting to see. Dar looking like his side of the reef is filled up on, several different levels. Foul on Paraba here, against I would assume the blue barge, given the positioning.
yeah.
Aaron going for the processor here. Paraba is currently up
Stuck on top.
Aaron's bumper, but
Could be abused here.
It's
or the other way around. If they drag him in, nope, that's going to be a foul.
Yeah, dragged into the reef, and Paraba's
maybe another one. Oh, no.
Okay.
Good reset before.
But Aaron has some good algae here ready to take right after the reset. So, and it looks like I don't know if that algae bounced out of the red barge. It looked like it. Yep.
Yeah, that one definitely did.
That algae placement is definitely helping this Blue Alliance stay ahead. They are currently ahead by like 60 points. So, and it looks like they're going hard for that coral RP. There's 22 seconds left in the match, and all of those levels on the front face look like they're pretty solidly filled.
Yeah, there's a bunch of L1s on there too.
We're going to see 12 seconds left. Dar is going to climb. Aaron's going to climb right next to him. Logan's going a little bit harder, trying to push for that last second coral. Red Alliance is also going to climb. Prods is blocked out of the...
Oh no, Dar flings away. I don't know what happened with the line there.
For the Blue Alliance, and I believe the jellyfish numbers are the algae. 17. That's a pretty high algae match there.
Yep, and then
for
the 4 levels.
The Blue Alliance.
4 levels for blue getting that RP. Looks like for coral.
Yeah, very impressive from that Blue Alliance. I mean, we called them the underdogs, and they were able to capitalize on the not confidence.
Yeah, big score. I think that's our highest score so far here today.
Yeah, Charlemagne, unfortunately, on the losing alliance, but the MVP of the match with 97 contribution.
Yeah, very nicely done.
Yeah, the coral points on blue are just, and the algae, both of those points are just way ahead of the Red Alliance, and 6 RP.
I think that's our first 6 RP match as well. We had 5 earlier, but
and luckily the Red Alliance was still able to nab 1 RP, the auto RP, I believe.
Yeah, so that's actually catapulted Logan up into 4th and Dar into 6th. So huge difference maker there with the bonus RPs.
Yeah, that shows just how hard a 6 RP match can affect you, which I obviously have not seen before in this tournament. So, luckily, we are seeing the ranks shift around quite a bit. That's always fun. Mario Fan, Eric, and Duck in the top 3, and then right below Logan, Schurderfer or Aaron, and Dar. And so high-scoring people outside of the top few alliances. Charlemagne, Turtle was scoring pretty well, and Alex are outside of that top threshold. So it's going to be interesting to see if they're going to be able to capitalize and make their way back up. All right, heading into Qual 9, we've got Charlemagne again and Logan again, this time on the same alliance with Ofek. And then we've got Aaron again, who now, I don't remember what alliance he was on before, but and then Eric and Paraba. So This seems like two pretty strong alliances here. We're going to see how they will stack up to each other.
Be a good one here.
All right, here we go.
All right, auto. Everybody moving. A drop immediately.
Aaron
though, from
drops a
Aaron.
piece. Going to
That's
try and salvage the auto by getting a second piece, but he's looking like he's not grabbing onto that very hard. Yeah, drops on both sides,
Literally
but tied out of auto. And very, very small autos on both sides compared to normal. Wow, and that was a really smooth algae grab from Paraba, but almost lets it get away. So Aaron's going to come take that.
Blue Alliance starting earlier on the algae game than Red Alliance. Red Alliance trying to come back here with that, though.
And Aaron over in the Red Alliance getting fouled out, playing some of that algae defense, but
they get the foul back.
Pulls Ofek into the barge area. And Ofek's looking to put some algae in the processor, but it is just stuck to his robot like glue.
There we go.
And knocks an algae across the field, but is able to recover it. Looks like there's plenty of algae on both sides to play with, and Red is sticking to their coral as well. Eric putting up some coral, and Paraba putting up a piece on that L3. Not as hard of an a levels push on the Reef on Blue Alliance this match, but the Blue Alliance seems to be going pretty hard on getting their RP here. There is currently, looks like, 9 on the L4, and they're filling up their lower levels as we speak. Charlemagne going for that L1, but missing one.
Yeah, Blue really with a pretty commanding lead here. Another foul on Ofek, unfortunately. Flying too close to the sun with the barge zone.
Yeah, the barge zone is really dangerous on both sides. Oh, and there's an algae sitting in the processor, not going through, so that's not being scored yet. But perhaps that's advantageous for that Red Alliance to... Oh, Ofek throws one in and is now beached on the processor.
Got to reset. That's going to be another penalty, and
leaves the algae there. Decides to pivot to coral. Yeah, 15 seconds left, and the Red Alliance is trying their best to get the coral RP here, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Stuck on the cage, trying to come through, but it's going to go for the climb instead, trying to get that RP. And yeah, that's going to do it.
Yeah, it looks like neither alliance currently got the Reef RP.
Yeah.
And we did see a huge contribution from Eric on the Blue Alliance, 103. It's very impressive. And the one closest behind Eric happened to be Logan with 73, so a cool 30 points difference. Yeah, 3 RP for the Blue Alliance, and just the 1 barge RP for the Red.
Yeah, still good to pick up that bonus RP, though. Those really add up eventually.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting ready for match 10 here. Alex, Vibes, and Tyler versus Duck, Dar, and Turtle. It's shaking up to... There's a lot of coral in one spot on there, on that red side.
Yeah.
But it's time for auto, so we're going to ignore it. Tyler going around to the front face for auto. I'm not sure I've seen that before, and it didn't end up working out. Drops the piece. No drops on Blue yet, and as I say it, there's 2 drops by 1 robot. So looks like Blue is double the auto lead. Red just wasn't able to put up that many coral. So they're going to be fighting to bring back their potential lead here. Vibes going quick on the algae game, just playing as hard as they can on the algae. Blue is mostly going for coral, but Turtle is playing the algae, clearing the field of those pesky kickballs. So looking like Duck having a little bit of trouble picking up a piece, but he does finally get one. scoring it onto the L4. Gonna attempt to clear the algae, but Turtle actually gets it instead. Red is actually, I would say they're coming back pretty decently, but they are just not able to push quite hard enough to catch up with Blue. Looks like they're going pretty hard for that Coral RP. We have Blue just kind of looking like for the best score they can get. They've got their L4s pretty much maxed out besides 2 pieces, and they're just going for the lower levels now.
Still a lot of L4s available for Red, which can bring him back in here a little bit. They're getting possession fouls a little bit here with Alex, unfortunately.
Yeah, Alex, one of the players that likes to risk it a little bit with those possessions. Turtle coming through the barge with, I believe that was a stolen algae from the Red Alliance. Very good play. And now I believe there's no algae except the one on the Red Reef left in play. Turtle's going to play a little bit of loader defense on Vibes here, boxing Vibes out from getting a piece at all. Doing a pretty good job at it, but Alex and Tyler are still able to score, so looks like Red is catching up a little bit, but it is getting close to the end of the match. 22 seconds left.
Vibes still hasn't... There we go, finally. Oh, nope, never mind. Finally gets their first game piece, since you mentioned that. It's like a 30-second period where they couldn't get to the loader at all.
Yeah, Turtle playing really hard on that defense, just trying to keep the lead there. It's very close now, closer than it was. 252 climbs are swinging, and wow, I mean, a 7-point gap between alliances. I would not have expected that with the
lots of missed climbs on Blue, unfortunately for them.
Yeah, neither alliance seeing the Coral RP, but did get a Barge RP for Red and the 3-win RP for Blue. The another 100-point plus contribution from Alex this time, looking very, very nice. The Coral was almost equal. The algae for Blue was actually what kept it in there for them after all of the Barge points from the Red Alliance. So very, very close. Very interesting to see how that played out. And looks like we should be getting ready for match 11. All right, looks like we've got Alex is in another match again. We got a lot of back-to-backs here. Okay, we're just going straight into it. So we've got Mario, Dragon, and Eric on the one alliance. Prods, Alex, and Kerbal. Alex disconnects from the field. Could be an internet fault. Prod's getting an L2 in auto, just getting a little extra points than that L1. Out of auto, Blue is down tremendously, most likely due to missing Alex, but they're going to try and get back into it. Red is just firing away on all cylinders, clearing algae, scoring Coral. Looks like they're already full on the L4 front, so Eric has started doing L3s on his side of the reef. Dragon is chasing algae just to get those scores in, is currently almost double score on the Red Alliance than the Blue, so Blue is going to have to play smart about this. Alex is clearing all the algae on his side of the reef, going to try and put as much coral up as possible. He has 2 pieces of coral at the moment. Going to use that double cycle cooldown to his advantage. Prods is going over and stealing algae from the Red Alliance. Very good play. Trying to take a little bit of scoring potential off of their plate. It is just so not close, but the Blue Alliance is going to try their best to make up for it. Alex, it looks like, is putting some on L2. They're going to go hard for that RP so that they don't leave this match empty-handed. The win is huge, but the RP is as good as you can get sometimes. And they are gunning straight for that RP. 3 levels are filled up by the Red Alliance with their 9 coral and 1 by the Blue, but Blue just has a lot more spread out throughout the entire reef. So we're going to see them try and get their RP levels up. 13 algae on each side, but there are 2 algae still in play on the Red Alliance side. We have a coral coming down for Dragon, and that reef is full, I tell you. The Blue Alliance Reef looking a little less full, and it's looking like Red's match at this point. They have currently got all 4 levels of their reef filled up to 9 for that RP. It looks like Blue Alliance is struggling to hit their last few pieces, but 10 seconds left. We're going to need to see them push for something, climb or coral, either one. Red Alliance has already started climbs. They are not going to lose that extra RP. They're going for the 6, and we're going to see if they can do it. It's currently 295 to 200, Red in favor. Another 100-plus point match from Eric. Great to see it. As we switch over to the scorecard, it was a 6 RP match from the Red Alliance. The Coral scoring was just overbearing for them, and they got their barge points as well. If we could, I'd like to look at the rankings to see how that 6 RP shook everything up a little bit, because those 6 RP matches are huge, especially for the ones that were below the top. Yeah, we will see the top rankings have significantly changed. Mario Fan and Eric, who were both in that 6 RP match, are now on the top of the leaderboard. And then we have Duck, Aaron or Shadurfer in 4th, and Logan in 5th. Notably, again, Alex just getting really unlucky with the matches today. He just had to go up against the 6 RP, and I think he still performed well, but he's sitting in the bottom of the leaderboard. Oh, we do have a question box that our ref is going to go handle, but it is very interesting to see one of the, I think, most favored players sitting at the bottom of the board. We do have Charlemagne, who also has some very high contributions in matches, sitting down in the 9 spot on the leaderboard. So I'm going to start looking at next match. We do have Vibes, Kerbal, and Mario Fan. So Mario Fan doing another match in a row. We're going to see if they can get another 6 RP. And then Ofek, Dar, and Charlemagne on the blue. They're all here, but all of the Red Alliance isn't. Maybe they're taking a little water break, trying to keep themselves hydrated. Going to be a very interesting match. Dar performing very well today. Charlemagne scoring a lot of points. Ofek is one of our newer players, but definitely performing. In the 15th rank at the moment, so not quite as high as Ofek might want to be, but we're gonna see how this match shakes up for him as we wait for our Red Alliance players. We have our second Red Alliance player joining the field, Mario Fan, who's playing their back-to-back match, going to try and get another 6 RP just to keep themselves up top of that leaderboard. But obviously, you cannot play without your third player, so we are waiting for Kerbal here. It's like Ofek is playing a little D-score game over on the blue side. Just D-scoring all those L4s. All right, looks like we do have all players on screen now, and everybody's moving around for the most part. Or they were. Well, all right, looks like we're starting. Oh, Vibe's missing their L1 auto, unfortunately, but it looks like Blue is currently sitting pretty good doing their auto. They have 4 pieces at the moment, now 5. Auto is now over 61 to 40 in favor of the Blue Alliance. A lot of algae clearing going on the blue side. Not as much on the red, but they'll get to it. They have to score those L2 and L3s. We see Dar going pretty hard, already going for those lower levels. Ofek is now also, looks like Ofek is going for, Ofek D scores an L4. That's not going to be helpful for that red or that Blue Alliance. You would argue it is being helpful for the Red Alliance. Dar throwing an L2 down. Looks like his whole, I wouldn't say quadrant, hexagonal quadrant being filled up from 2 to 4. It's going to go for that next section of the reef and start filling up those lower sections as well. Going for the RP here, it looks like the Red Alliance is a little bit behind. Vibe's having a little bit of trouble picking up the coral out of their basket, but they do have their L1 pretty full looking. It's looking like it's going to be an RP game on both sides. People are realizing just how important this Coral RP is. The 6 RP matches really affect your ranking, and everybody is looking to get that coveted rank 1 spot. So the Blue Alliance and the Red Alliance both have 2 of their sections filled for the 9 Coral RP. Looks like there is a lot of algae on the field, not a lot being scored in the processor, but Vibes is changing that. Blue Alliance still going hard on Coral, so Vibes might have the potential to steal some pieces here, but I don't think he's going to do it. He's going to play it safe. He's just shoving algae into the processor and just going as hard as he can. He's looking like he's going to go across and maybe steal, but there's 15 seconds left. It's more likely that he's going to go climb. The Red Alliance is still sitting at 2 levels of their reef filled, but the Blue Alliance is sitting at 4, which means they should get that RP at the end of the match. They are going to try and go for the climb RP as well. Are they going to make it? 0 seconds left. 228 to 173 in favor of the Blue Alliance. All right, let's look at our results. The Blue Alliance got 4 RP, not quite able to get the Barge RP, and did not get the Auto RP. Notably, 0 RP for the Red Alliance. That's gonna take get Mario Fan a hit here. One of the top ranked players prior to that match, because of that 6 RP match, might put Eric in the lead eventually. Because 1 RP is all it takes to affect the rankings. Looks like we do have somebody in the question box, if our ref could address that. And as we are looking towards this next match, we're going to get a rundown of these players. Duck, Tyler, and Paraba currently ranked 3, 9, and 10, respectively, versus, okay. All right. And then we have Prods, Aaron, and Dragon, who are, Aaron is ranked 4, Dragon is ranked 12, and Prods is currently ranked 15. So we are going to see if any ranking shakeups happen here. Looks like everybody is on the field and moving and raring to go. So we should be able to get this match started. All right, 3, 2, 1, and here we go. Starting out with Auto. We're going to see if these alliances can get their auto RP. They do only have 10 seconds left in auto already. Looks like Dragon is currently missing their auto. They dropped their piece, and Blue Alliance is sitting with 2 on the L4, and Red had, I believe that was 7. That is a very nice auto from that Red Alliance. Going to give them a huge lead here. Is Blue going to be able to catch up, or are they going to fall behind in the dust? Red is almost done with their L4 as Tyler, I believe, is starting on the L1s just to try and get that RP threshold up pretty quickly. We are seeing a lot of algae around the blue side. Prods is going to try and take some of that and throw it in the processor, but it's still a large red lead here. Dragon looking like they're having a little trouble aiming onto that L4. They are slowly approaching it. They look like they got it, and they do. The Red Alliance is just still going strong here, not quite as quickly as they were. So the Blue Alliance is catching up a little bit. Prod's going in to steal some algae from that Red Alliance side onto the blue, just throwing it through the cages, just getting it over so that the Red Alliance doesn't have it. Good strategy here by Prods, grabbing those 2 against the wall, throwing it against to the blue side so that there's a little bit more to work with. That could be the way that Blue brings their match back, but it really is going to depend on if they have the firepower to deal with Red's coral scoring. Currently at 154 to 106, we have Red still in the lead. Blue just taking a little bit of extra time, making sure their coral is lined up on the reef. It's making it a little bit difficult for them to catch up, but they are using prods as best as they can to just throw extra algae into the processor to keep up. Notably, the first algae scored by a Red Alliance member. Tyler throws an algae into the processor, and it goes up into the barge. And now the second. Looks like the reef is so full now that Tyler does not want to interfere with Duck and Paraba's scoring, so he's going to get some algae and move around just to keep it moving. 13 seconds left in the match, though, and nobody's going for climb yet. We are looking at a high-scoring match here. It doesn't look like Red is going to get the Coral RP, though they look so close. 1 second left. A foul on a Blue Alliance robot in the red barge zone. That spells trouble to me. But it is currently sitting at 256 to 214. MVP of the match is Duck with 75 contribution. Yeah, it looks like the Red Alliance is going to get every RP but the Coral RP. Very sad for them. It looked like they were really close to finishing it, but they weren't quite able to capitalize on it. That is still going to be a 5 RP match, and Blue with 0. And noticeably, Blue does have about 30 more algae points, so they were really trying to capitalize on their algae game to get their lead that they wanted, but just was not in the cards, evidently. Looking like we're prepping for match 14. This is going to be a rowdy one, folks. Alex, Dar, and Logan versus Eric, Turtle, and Ofek. I don't know about you guys, but I'm excited for this one. The Red Alliance is going to shortly be going for a high score here with a 6 RP match as well. Auto not starting off too hot though, dropping 2 pieces for that Red Alliance. A little bit of confusion and congestion, but they're gonna bounce back pretty quick. They're up to 5 pieces in auto. That gains them the auto RP, but so is Blue at 6. They are tied right now. Blue is gonna take the lead though, but it's very close. Logan already going for algae. Alex going for some as well, getting the lollipop algae, just throwing it over to Logan to deal with. I don't want to deal with this. You're good. So Dar is currently focusing on that coral. So is Alex. Logan is just going hard on algae, trying to get all of it up into that barge through the processor. He's going over to Blue. Go ahead.
I want to point out that Logan's processor algae has really made a difference right now. Logan has scored 7 in the processor, but only 5 exist in the net. So he's gotten an extra 12 points from those.
And now he's going over and stealing the blue algae, which is always risky. Might get a 2 for 1 here. Gets a 0 for 1. No, one of them made it over. So it's looking good for this Red Alliance here. Obviously, the Blue Alliance is doing their best to keep up. Ofek is clearing off algae like nobody's business, but misses a couple pickups. Notably, the Red Alliance stations are incredibly clean. There is only 3 coral on the ground, and those are from the lollipops. So, very clean play from these 3 players.
I will say there's more coral on the ground on the Red Alliance. You just can't see it from that camera view.
Oh, word. Okay. Well, that's okay. No need to spoil the fun.
That's true.
Though the loaders are very clear.
They are very clear, and that is very impressive.
30 seconds left. We are currently about 60 points dividing these 2 alliances. And it's not looking like Blue's going to be able to catch up, but they have gotten the Coral RP at this point, so that's already 2 RP for that alliance. If I were them, I would not be driving into the red barge right now.
Probably not.
Ofek did get a foul for that, and it looks like nobody's going to climb, which a little strange to me, given that I think they'd want to maximize their RP values, but looks like they might have. I can't tell from this angle. They do have 2 bots swinging. So we're going to see in the breakdown whether or not they got 3 RP, but it definitely, that was a valiant effort from the Blue Alliance to catch up to such a powerhouse of Alex, Dar, and Logan, who, contribution-wise, the MVP was Eric with 88, but Dar, Logan, and Alex right behind with 87, 84, and 83, respectively. The Blue Alliance does, in fact, not get the barge RP, but neither does the Red Alliance, so it is 5 RP versus 2. Very good effort from the Blue Alliance here in opposing such a difficult alliance. And we will say the algae from Logan was really the difference maker here. 167 to 157 in coral, but 110 to 52 in algae. That is ridiculous. And then 6 points in penalties, partially coming from Ofek in the last 30 seconds going into those cages. So very awesome match to see. And I don't know, is that a high score? I believe 308 is our event high score.
But yes, 308 is the event high score right now.
All right. Looking good, Alex, Dar, and Logan. Now we're going to go to the next match, Qual 15. Might not be quite as high scoring as the last one, but it'll sure be exciting. Turtle, Dragon, and Duck versus Paraba, Aaron, and Vibes. Gonna look at the
Vibes
autos.
Throws a coral on the ground.
Aaron doesn't, well, he lost it now, but he didn't lose it in the first section. Looking at 5 pieces up for blue or red, and 1 or 2 up for blue. Unfortunately, that's going to leave them with a bit of a gap here. It does show that red should get that auto RP though, and blue looking a little aimless right now, struggling to put up some coral. And Vibes is going for processor, but looking well. Red is, I believe, somebody is intertwined with somebody else. Looks like Dragon and Turtle Dragon. Oh, but they unjam themselves from each other. So, but Blue took that time to make up the lead. It is currently 93 to 93, tied up here. So we're gonna see if Blue can start capitalizing on Red being a little bit behind and playing a little risky. Maybe looks like Dragon
Blue
lost
has a small lead on the processor.
And then, nice steal from Vibes right through the cages, and one bounces right over to him, so he's going to be able to take that right away. Maybe. There we go. And, yeah, the processor, 9 from Blue versus 8 from Red. Still Blue trailing behind a little bit in score, but I'm sure they're able to keep it up. I'm sure they're able to catch back up. I'm sorry. L4 looks full for all, so it looks like they're going down to the lower levels to get some extra points and potentially get their Coral RP. And a little bit slow on the coral here from, looks like Aaron getting, a little bit stuck on the reef. Gonna try and re-angle and reattempt that L3. And blue is falling a little bit behind again. 20 points difference separating the two alliances. There is a coral in front of the red processor, so making it a little bit hard for Dragon to put anything in the processor. 16 seconds left, though. It is about time to climb, guys. We are looking at endgame, and red looks like they might get their coral RP, but I doesn't look like it. They were didn't have enough on that L1, it looks like. And it looks like that is the match, 256 to 242. Blue definitely kept it very close.
I want to point out, I think that this is the first time we've seen 3 deep cages from blue.
Really? Wow. That's very impressive. And we did see the MVP of the match was Duck with 87 contribution. Turtle not far behind with 79. So definitely some two very good scores here. 4 RP for the red, including that barge RP, and then blue gets just the barge RP. 36 points. That is very impressive. The coral on red was just way overpowering that blue scoring, but algae and barge brought it back a little closer. So we're looking at a nuanced game here. I'd like to take a look at the rankings if we could. Just take a little peek, see what we're dealing with. We are looking at Duck actually shot up to the top here. Very impressive. And Eric, Mario Fan, Dar, and Logan still sticking up top here. But Duck shooting up from that last match, very impressive. Alex brought up a little bit from the lower ranks. We've got Aaron fell a little bit further down. Charlemagne is up at 8. And yeah, we just seeing a couple people down in the lower ranks, but rankings are starting to sort of solidify here as we are just about halfway through matches. And speaking of which, let's go into match 16. This isn't the match. They restarted the server so they could practice, it looks like. We've got Mario Fan, Tyler, and Prods versus Kerbal, Logan, and Charlemagne. Some very high ranked players here. Prods is going to go for auto, looking for an L1. It looks like throws it right in that trough. Very solid. Kerbal going for an L4 in auto, getting it. Auto's almost over, and blue has the auto RP. Red does not. 33 to 53 in favor of the blue. Kerbal taking his time on that L4 just to make sure it doesn't miss. Charlemagne was not moving. Looks like he reset. Unsure what happened there. Prods is going hard on that processor, as we've seen before today. Gonna go for the lollipop pieces. Shoves them all onto one side, but it looks like those are gonna roll over into the red side, perhaps. Blue is... everybody's pretty close right now. Blue is got L4 completely filled. Red, not quite, but they have their lower levels filled, so there is potential for some extra points on red side. A little bit delayed from blue. We've got Kerbal going for an L3. He gets it. And algae bounces out of the blue barge. The blue net, I should say. Algae coming up on blue side from Logan, going hard on the algae scoring. Gets a foul off of Prods in that climb zone. Definitely some good spatial awareness from Logan here, playing a little bit of defense too, while shuttling a ball over to the blue side. And Prods is very disturbed, trying to get around Logan. Logan's going to play very hard, trying to rescue the Blue Alliance from their deficit. You can tell by that algae play, Logan has put up about 4 algae since I started talking. It is very impressive. Going to start putting up some extra coral for the RP. Looking like he's trying to fill up that L1 trough so that they can get that that 9 every level. But misses one, takes it calm, and gets back into it, though. Prod's going over to the Red Alliance to steal Algae and play some defense, but it's really late to do that. Now his partners are climbing, gets a foul from Logan, or gets a foul, Logan gets a foul off of Prods. Prods goes into the blue climbing zone, and it's really close, guys, but Red is going to take it, barring any ref calls. 245 to 228. And it looks like it's going to stay that way. So 4 RP for the Red. Even without that that auto RP, they get the win and the barge. And then Blue takes the loss, but had the auto RP, so good for them getting a little bit of a consolation prize. Mario Fan, the MVP of this match, with 92 points contribution. And looking at the rankings, we have Duck. Nothing has changed except Logan has fallen one spot. Tyler has raised a spot. Overall, though, that match did not shake up the rankings super hard. Duck still reigning number 1 for now. Eric and Mario Fan are going to try and do their best to break the tie and beat Duck for that 1 spot. Actually, it looks like Mario Fan is about to play in our next match, which is match 17. Got Ofek Paraba and Vibes versus Mario Fan, Turtle, and Logan again. Definitely going to be interesting. Hopefully Logan will come up a spot here. I'm sure that's what he's hoping for, and I'm sure Mario Fan is hoping for the win to help solidify a first place spot. Because as we know, the first place in Alliance selection, you get the first pick, best of the litter. So we will see how that shakes up.
Three, two, one.
And it looks like we're about to start our match here. Auto is starting. 2 misses on Red. Didn't see any misses on Blue, but there could have been. Blue is going to put that 5th piece down to solidify their auto RP. And somebody was beached on Red. I think it might have been Parava. Didn't look very comfortable there. Currently a large 50-point lead for the Blue Alliance. Not what you like to see if you are Ofek, Parava, and Vibes, but Vibes is going to try his best to get them back into it, playing Algae early on, letting the teammates deal with the coral, saying, I'm going to throw Algae, and we're going to get it. We're going to get the points back. Might not be working, but that's okay. We never know until the match is over. Currently 73 to 130 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Mario Fan and Logan just playing super hard at the coral game. Turtle looking to match Vibes in the Algae play. And it's looking, actually, Algae beating Vibes 11 to 9 in terms of the processor. And Mario Fan and Logan just keeping up their gameplay on the coral. Not a single row with 9 coral on it for the Red Alliance for their coral RP, but 1 on the blue being that L4. So they have the most points scored in L4, but Red has potential in L4. So if Red can get all those L4s up and get the rest of it filled up too, they have the chance to take over the Blue Alliance. But that blue reef is looking really full, so they're going to have to start going for some L1s if they want to get that RP. Currently looking at 40 seconds left. It's going to be tight here, folks. the score might not be close together, but whether or not that blue alliance gets there, oh my gosh! And it looks like I'm not sure if that one counted for Mario Fan on the L1, but or no, that looks like an L2. My bad. We are looking at 3 rows have been filled by the Blue Alliance. 18 seconds left. I think that station is out of coral, Mario Fan. You are going to have to be a little bit more careful. Mario Fan going to climb off the side here with that special technique. It looks like they lost a level. The Blue Alliance lost a level of coral for that RP. Very sad. But they do still take the win in the match. And here we go, looking at the breakdown. 4 RP for the Blue Alliance, auto and win. And then the barge RP for the Red Alliance. Good on them for getting their consolatory RP. You can't win them all, right? But very sad to see. I think the Blue Alliance was just rushing a little too much on that last couple of cycles, and they knocked a piece off of one of their higher levels. And we're looking already at Qual 18. Eric, Charlemagne, and Aaron versus Tyler, Dragon, and Dar. Some very high-level players here. Dar, Eric, and Charlemagne. We're gonna see how it shakes up. And auto is starting. Eric gets his first piece. Charlemagne and Aaron get their first piece. And red has the auto RP. Blue not quite up to 5 pieces. Will they be able to get it? And no, they are not. So red is currently in the lead, 63-30. That is a decent lead in Reefscape. Tyler already going over to play defense. It's a bit early, but seemingly he thinks he can help us make up the deficit. Currently dogpiling on Eric a little bit, but Eric has a piece. He's just ready to go score it.
Have we seen much defense played this event?
We've had a little, never this early though. And usually it's more of a hybrid processor and loader versus strictly processor. So gonna leave Dragon and Dar to do the bulk of the scoring, which I don't know if that's the correct decision, but we will see how it shakes up. Tyler does seem to be playing a little aggressive on this defense, and I will say it's not working. We're seeing people. Eric is struggling to cycle, but still getting the points up. So notably 2 layers of the red reef have been filled up to 9 pieces per your RP requirements. So not dissuading them too hard. Not a lot of algae play this match. As we do have, typically it's the 3rd robot that's doing the algae play, so blue doesn't really have anybody as Tyler's playing defense, and the coral is kind of being split between the 3 on the Red Alliance just because of that defensive play, so not affecting the Red Alliance like he wants it to. And there is a ton of coral on this reef, guys. It is absurd. So 164 to 117. Blue Alliance is falling behind quite a bit. And with 10 seconds left, alliances are going to climb. Looks like red has gotten their 4 levels for the coral RP. And with 0 seconds, it is 201 to 150, a lower scoring match overall, but still very competitive. I could not tell if all those climbs were gotten, but I do see 2 swinging robots on red. So we will see in the breakdown. That is a 5 RP match. Unfortunately, nobody gets that barge RP this match, but 5 RP for the Red Alliance and 0 for the blue. Eric, luckily, getting those RPs that he is looking for to try and compete with Mario Fan at the top of the rankings. So, going to be interesting. yeah, looking at the rankings, Eric is slightly ahead of Mario Fan, and then Duck right behind Mario Fan. Logan and Dar a little bit further behind them. Looks like they're pretty solid in that spot. We have a couple of people that are tied, looking to break that tie and go up against, go up a rank versus the person that they're tied with. Turtle and Aaron, also known as Sherdurfer, and then Charlemagne and Tyler. Charlemagne shot up quite a bit throughout this tournament, throughout the ranks. Was very low at the beginning, and is now in the 8th seed. And then Alex has made his way up the ladder slightly. Was sitting very low in the rankings. Bad luck will do that to you, but has moved up to rank 12. So very interesting to see everybody move upwards. Well, not everybody, but quite a few people move upwards in those rankings. Believe we are about to get into qual 17, or sorry, 19. I can read. Reading is hard. Looks like we are missing a Red Alliance player, but on the Blue Alliance we have Charlemagne, Alex, and Duck. On the Red Alliance, it is Vibes and Prods, as well as it will be Lick Herbal. Notably, we have seen nobody play a single robot that isn't Rust Hounds today. Obviously, the only two other robots in play are Pushbot 4 and Kitbot, which do have their places in the meta. So, Prods has not scored a single piece in auto, but is clearing algae, and Vibes is now looking to perhaps score that algae, but Red is not going to get the auto RP for that one, but Blue is going to take the auto RP. Perhaps they have they've decided to forego the auto RP to try and get the other two. Would not be a surprise to me. They do know this Blue Alliance is formidable. So Duck and Charlemagne going hard on the coral scoring, while Alex is going to take the role of the algae cleanup player. Well, he got a coral, so maybe not. They're playing very flexible roles here on this Blue Alliance. All very good players that can adapt to different situations. There's only 14 coral left in that far blue station, whereas there's 25 in the same station for the red. So Kerbal is looking a little aimless here, but goes into that station and gets a piece ready to score. That red reef is so bare, you can see yourself on the other side through it if there were a mirror. The Blue Alliance, though, they have coral on every level of the reef at the moment, and they have algae stockpiled. They are ready to get all of these RPs, and it is currently a 100-point gap almost between these alliances. And now Duck has slammed into the algae pile and knocked them all everywhere. So it is a lot of algae was scored through. They're actually even on algae, the alliances are, but Blue Alliance has a lot of it ready to go if they really needed a large point increase. Currently 36 seconds left in the match, and all 4 levels of the Blue Alliance Reef are filled up to that 9 threshold for the Coral RP. Now, if I were them, I'm sitting in the barge and climbing as early as I can to make sure that I get these points, but it is 20 seconds left, so we're going to see some of them cleaning up that algae that's sitting everywhere, throwing points up on the board. 12 seconds left. They're going to climb. It's fairly early for the high-level players, and they are looking to win here. Looks like Prods touched one of them. Not sure what's going on there. 271 to 147. Prods maybe playing with some algae to try and get somebody stuck on the Blue Alliance. Who knows? But we will see in the breakdown when we catch it. And it looks like we are going. And only 5 RP from the Blue Alliance, unfortunately not able to capitalize and get that barge RP. Very upsetting, I'm sure, for Duck, who is high in the rankings, and also the MVP of this match, sitting at 92 contribution. Alex is the one right behind with 78, and actually Charlemagne is third in contribution with 51, so that Blue Alliance was just dominating. And Duck sitting again on the top of the leaderboard. Will he be able to keep it is the question. Eric, Mario Fan, Logan, and Charlemagne shot up from 8th to 5th in the leaderboard, and Alex actually went up a couple positions as well, so good to see all of these players moving around in the rankings. Notably, the total score column, Duck has a much larger total score than anybody else in the top 4, but Charlemagne is higher than Duck's, so interesting little tidbit there. Duck and Eric are also tied in ranking score, so this match coming up is Qual 20. We have Alex, Turtle, and Paraba versus Tyler, Eric, and Logan. Eric and Logan known to be very high-level players. Alex as well. So we're gonna see how these alliances can interact with each other in this qual. Looks like we're about to get this match started. Auto is starting now. Everybody's trying to get that 5-piece auto RP. I think Paraba dropped a piece, but they're still on track. Blue has all 5 RP pieces up, and Red might have. I'm not sure when those L1s counted, but Paraba is currently beached on the reef, leaning like a gangsta. We are sitting at 92 to 64 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance's L4 is almost full. Red Alliance's is not quite there, looking a little closer to half full. Tyler already playing the algae game here for the Blue Alliance, trying to clean up the field and get points while he does it. Logan and Eric looking to play a little bit of that coral game. We've got Red Alliance looking to make up some of that deficit. They are currently playing hard on the coral, not focusing on the algae as much, though Turtle does have one stowed for after this cycle. Looks like he might tackle this pile right here that they have stowed up in their corner. Got to be careful of the fouls, though. If he goes too close to those cages and then he touches them, it's going to be not good for Red. Quite a few algae up there for the Red Alliance, though they are still behind in scoring compared to Blue. Blue is looking at their coral reef and saying, wow, this is full. This baby can fit so much coral, and it is going to fit it. So we are looking at the deficit going a little bit better for the Red Alliance, though. We are looking at still 30 points, but they are trying to catch up the best they can. Paraba going for some coral, going to score it on the L3, looks like, and he gets it. Lots of algae, lots of coral moving around. Everybody is at 3 levels completed for their RP, and that means both alliances. Are they going to be able to get the L1s filled on Red, though? Looks like Red actually has gotten all 4 levels filled, right as I said that, and so has Blue. It's actually gotten very close, everybody. 12 seconds left, and nobody has climbed yet, and we see Tyler and Eric going to climb. Logan coming in last second, trying to get in, bumping into, I think, Tyler, but it's super close, and 289 to 272. Wow. After the auto, you would think that Red would have such a huge advantage, Blue would have such a huge advantage, but Red was really able to bring it back. MVP of the match is Eric. 93 contribution, Alex right behind with 85. 5 RP for blue and 1 for red. If only they got that auto RP, they could have been a lot closer. And it looks like, actually, if red had made their climbs, they would have been able to take this match. Coral and Algae almost even, and 6 penalties from them came to the Blue Alliance, but 6 barge points versus 16 for the Red Alliance. So definitely could have swung the other way, given some better decision making or better plays. But they did what they could, and they got it very close. Looks like we're getting ready for Qual 21. Dar, Ofek, and Mario Fan versus Dragon, Prods, and Aaron. And it looks like they are about to start here, so we're going to see how these autos play out. Sets the tone for the match most of the time. Prods is struggling a little bit. Red almost has their 5 auto pieces for the RP. They do have their 5 auto pieces. Blue is only going to get 3 on that L4, 30 to 56 out of auto. And it's not looking great for the Blue Alliance, but they're going to try and make up the deficit here. Oh, gets a foul on Ofek for being too close to that barge zone. I tell you got to be farther away from that place, but the processor just gets dangerous if you tilt the wrong direction. Ofek's going to go for cleaning up an algae here, gets it, and is safe, gets it in the processor. Ofek is playing really hard on this algae game, as is Dragon on the Blue Alliance. They are currently 5-5 in terms of algae in the processor. Mario Fan going for some coral scoring, so is Dar. They're going to go hard on the coral scoring, trying to get that RP. Prods did a L3 score right there, trying their best to contribute to the Blue Alliance. Dragon did a NASCAR race around the field, getting an algae into the processor. Perhaps it's better for Prods' pathfinding to be able to go straight from the loader to the reef, so Dragon doesn't want to interrupt that path. Looking like it's 206 to 161. The Red Alliance is still going hard on their coral and their algae. Dragon looking to steal some algae from Red, though. Perhaps offset that that lead a little bit. Dragon is stealing in some questionable places, getting really close to that reef zone, and gets fouled for touching, I believe, Mario Fan 9 in the reef zone. Currently 3 levels of Red's reef filled, 2 or 3 depending on what happens. And now it's 4. They are getting that RP for Coral, and they are going to go climb and try and solidify that barge RP. 8 seconds left in the match. Blue has 1 robot not climbing. Looks like Dragon is not even going to try. He's going to park and get those couple of points. 0 seconds left. It is 290 to 231 in favor of the Red Alliance. MVP is Mario Fan, but Dar and Aaron are actually right behind him. Looks like Red actually does end up getting a full 6 RP for that match. And Blue, unfortunately, was able to get 0. The Coral making the big difference. Coral and Barge making the big difference for the Red Alliance here. Looking like we're going to get ready for Qual 22. Duck, Tyler, and Eric versus Ofek, Kerbal, and Sherdurfer, a.k.a. Aaron, who we just saw play in the last match. And now everybody is on the field. Give them a couple seconds to get moving and get ready, and they're about to start. Gonna look at auto. Red is trying their best to put up 5+ for that auto RP, and they've got it. Blue not quite gonna get it. 61-26 for the auto score. Red having a little bit of miscommunication and misdirection here, but Tyler is going to go for the processor. Getting those algae in the processor. Not a single one bounces out, but that is okay. Blue has had 3 in the processor as well, and they have all 3 bounced out of the barge. Looks like one falls into the void for red. We are currently 60 points separating these two alliances. Blue Alliance just not able to recreate some of that firepower from red. Couple of misses on pickups on both sides, but we are currently seeing Eric in action, placing down that coral quick as can be. Duck doing the same on the other side of the reef, and Tyler filling in for the algae, making sure there's a clear path before he shoots across the field. It is looking good for the Red Alliance, folks. We are looking at 2 levels of the reef filled, and the algae is not really a problem anymore because all of it on the blue reef in the blue net has not bounced out, even though every single one has on the red side of the net. Not sure what they are doing special to make that happen, but Tyler is just not getting lucky with his reef, his algae bounce outs. But that's okay. That just means less algae is in play and less to fight over. So Duck is currently scoring some coral. Everybody on blue except for Aaron is scoring some coral. Aaron threw one in the processor of algae. Currently, red is looking like they're going to get their coral RP. 4 levels of the reef are full. Not a single level of the reef is full for blue in terms of the requirements for the ranking point. Currently 10 seconds left. Not a single blue robot going to climb. Duck going to climb for red. Everybody else on red going to climb. Everybody on blue scrambling to get to the barge zone so they can get a climb RP, perhaps 277 to 175. That is a 100-point difference between these alliances. Eric with a 107 contribution. That is a huge number. It looks like that's going to be another 6 RP match for red. The coral, everything. Red was just far ahead in this one on all fronts. We do have a question box for our ref, though. We could take a look at the rankings, see how those have shaken up since we last looked. The 6 RP match has got to be affecting Eric and Duck sitting in the top 2 spots. And notably less ties in the ranking score. Mario Fan sitting right below Eric and Duck. Logan and Dar still tied, sitting right below. And then Tyler, Charlemagne, and Turtle in the rest of the top 8. We still see Alex hanging around the 10th to 12th section of the leaderboard, unfortunately for him. But the ranks are not everything. You got to prove that you can play, and you'll get picked, and preferably you get picked by a good alliance, and then you make the event win of your lifetime. So we're going to get on with Qual 23. It's already starting. All right, Charlemagne, Dragon, and Kerbal versus Logan, Vibes, and Turtle. That rhymed a little bit. We're going to see everybody trying to get their auto pieces up for the RP. Vibes is doing some crazy work over here. He has an algae and a coral at the moment. Red looking like there's a little bit of confusion. Not going to get that auto RP, I believe. Blue looks like they did get it. I was not paying that close of attention. I was more paying attention to the algae in Vibes' intake. Dragon's going to play some coral game right now. Charlemagne scoring a coral as well. We've got Logan on blue, continuously scoring coral. Vibes right now playing with algae, as he tends to do. Seems to be a bit of an algae specialist, which doesn't hurt to be a specialist as long as you're good at what you're specializing in. And Vibes is showing his prowess here, getting those algae up, and up. Logan has already filled out a section of his reef besides the L1s. Vibes going again to that processor with some algae. Charlemagne scoring some coral up top on that L4. And he's missing, but he got it. Dragon going for another coral. And Kerbal, looking like Kerbal's going to tackle some coral and then maybe some algae, but he drops the coral, so he's going to go back to the station and get another one. Blue Alliance still... I'm not sure what that foul was for. Probably a double possession. Didn't see any contact from any opposing Alliance robots. Dragon going for an L3, gets stuck on the L2, but it's okay. A double possession on Vibes, it looks like. Guy ran out of algae, started doing coral, grabbed just one too many. That's a mistake many of us will make, but we got to be careful making these mistakes. They do cost us. 2 coral left in that Blue Alliance station on the far side. 217 versus 183 in favor of the Blue Alliance. But both alliances are going hard, trying to get their coral RPs. And looks like Blue has gotten their coral RP. Some fouls in the barge from one of each side, it looked like. It was very strange to look at. 207 to 241 in favor of the Blue Alliance. MVP of this match is Turtle. And right behind them is Charlemagne. Vibes was able to solidify that blue lead with that algae play, scoring 3 more algae than the opposing Red Alliance. And here's the score breakdown. 5 RP for blue and 0 RP, unfortunately, for red. Coral scoring was mostly even, which does actually leave the algae scoring, so Vibes taking up that algae role on the Blue Alliance was highly valuable. Everything else was equal. Looks like we're going to have Alex, Duck, and Dar against Mario Fan, Paraba, and Prods. Looking strong for the Red Alliance here. Gonna have to see how Blue is going to adapt to fight against it. Prods going for their L1 auto. They make it. Looking like Mario Fan is on piece number 3 of their auto. Are they going to get 3 pieces? And they do. Congratulations. And it does not look like they make 5 for the auto RP, but Red does. Red is way ahead of that Blue Alliance. Not in score, but in pieces scored, most definitely. Duck misses a piece, but that's okay. It falls into the L1 and becomes part of the ranking point sections. I don't actually think it ended up in the L1. I think it ended up rolling off, but that's okay. Alex is playing... No, sorry, that's Dar, is playing Algae over by the processor, trying to keep everything flowing through. Not a lot of algae stuck in random corners for anybody to find. We see Mario Fan on blue trying to capitalize and take every chance they can to score coral in every spot possible, trying to go for that RP as everybody is. Dar is really hounding on the algae today, but they're out of algae on their side, and they don't see the need to steal because they are ahead. So they're gonna let the coral build up and score coral instead. Notably, a lot of algae left on the blue side to play with, but nobody's going for it. Perhaps the coral RP is more important to blue because they don't think they're going to be able to dig themselves out of their deficit. Currently, about 60 points separating the two alliances. Red is getting close to that coral RP, and they've got it. Dar finds an algae and throws it into the processor. There's currently 14 seconds left. It is almost time to climb, everybody. 9 seconds left, and only 2 red robots and 2 blue robots going to climb. The last one sliding in pretty late. And with 0 seconds left in the match, it is currently 272 to 228 in favor of the Red Alliance. Yeah, looking at 5 RP for the Red Alliance and 2 for the blue. The MVP here, Mario Fan, 98-point contribution, but the even contributions on the Red Alliance beat out both of Mario Fan's partners, 74, 73, and 69 from Alex, Star, and Duck. So definitely Mario Fan putting in the work to try and catch up to the Red Alliance, but they were just too strong to be caught up to. Notably, not a single climb on Red, but did not matter. All right, we see Duck, Eric, and Mario Fan on the top. Duck and Eric tied in ranking score. Logan and Dar tied in ranking score. Right below them is Tyler, Turtle, and Charlemagne. Alex coming up to the 9th spot. And ranks are starting to settle. As we get ready for Qual 25, we are going to see Eric and Logan together with Ofek, and Vibes and Duck together with Prods. Going to be very interesting to see. All right, we have, well, they restarted the field so that they could get a little auto practice in, because as we know, that auto is huge. We are still missing one of the Blue Alliance players. And Ofek threw a coral into the air, said, "I'm done with you." Looks like we are still waiting on Duck for
We're
this
waiting on
match.
Duck. Okay.
And Duck notably is also not in his voice chat, so perhaps a situation is going on. That's nothing we've not dealt with prior. In fact, I'm getting on the server. I'm gonna
You're
play.
getting on the server?
No,
Okay,
I'm-
okay.
I'm good. I'm good.
I think that could work.
Yeah, no. I don't think. Personally, I don't think anybody on Blue would be happy to have me in place of Duck. Our names are similar, but our gameplay will not be. Wait, to wrong video game. Yeah, this is not Mario, even though we do have Mario Fan. Good lord.
Well, we'll give him 4 minutes to join and start at 4:30 if he's not here.
Very nice, very nice.
Hello, Dar.
Hello, Dar. Let's do an interview. How you feeling, Dar? Feeling good about your ranking right now?
I'm feeling that my climbs keep not counting, and it's making me upset.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna have to. I'm gonna refuse to comment on that. As a politician, I cannot comment on such issues. But
Well, otherwise,
have-
events been good.
yeah, we're right now we're just waiting on a certain feathered friend to join the match, but
Oh, that feathered friend cannot make it.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
oh, that's a little interesting. Well, the schedule's looking a little rough here, folks.
Looks like we'll just be starting without Duck then.
All right, unfortunately, the odds were already not in Blue's favor, but it looks like they're even further out of favor.
Three, two, one.
All right, let's get it started then. Oh, well, are we going for an auto defense strat here? Could be. I
That's
believe
quite
Oh,
very illegal.
they were. Oh. Oh. Huh. We're throwing today, it seems.
That's interesting.
But they did prevent Red from getting the auto RP. I assume that was the goal. We'll get our ref to comment on such things later. Yep. That's a lot of fouls.
That is a lot of fouls.
I believe in the business we call this throwing. On track for a potential event high score, though, depending on how much of this stays. We got Blue scoring in Red's processor, though. Giving themselves a sweet 2 points in exchange for giving their opponents 4. Does Red? No, Red does not have RP yet. Blue finally goes over to the other side of the field, leaving red to their own devices. $30 remaining in the match. Only 2 levels of red reef are full. Make that 3. Hitting 300 at the 20-second mark. Red achieving that coral RP looks like. 10 seconds remaining. Can they get the climb? Or rather, will the game let them climb?
This is a lot of fouls.
That's a lot of fouls.
Okay. Yes, this is match under review. Thank you, Evan.
I love this match under review screen. It's very good.
Oh boy, we've got a match under review, guys.
Oh boy. I wonder why that could possibly be.
I wouldn't know. I wasn't here.
That score is there because I think there were at least maybe 15, 20 major fouls or something.
That's a pretty decent amount, huh?
Blue did what we call a pro gamer move. And just tried to mess with their opposing alliance as much as possible.
And we will see how this shakes out.
We'll see how our ref calls this, if he considers it throwing or not.
Yo, what's up?
Okay.
How'd that... Logan, how'd that feel?
It felt great,
So-
honestly, just getting absolutely bullied around in fouls.
I'm not exactly sure the proper procedure for marking this in the sheet, but this event, this match has resulted in 2 red cards. A red card issued to Duck for not showing up to the match, and a red card issued to Prods for using game pieces in a for not using scoring elements as directed, for placing a coral in the red processor. I'm not going to make any scoring adjustments because there was already enough fouls and red got all the RP, so I do not feel that is necessary, but there are 2 red cards issued.
Sounds good.
And a crisp 132 penalties for red. So there you go.
We got 2 back in, and this is what I see.
Nice event, high score there.
We're on 26. We have some robots climbed on the driver's station.
Oh yeah.
Looks like we are possibly okay to go.
Ready
Coming
to
to
rumble.
the end of our qualifications here. Autonomous period. Aaron's stuck a little bit on the reef, but gets unstuck. Blue Alliance with a bit of a lead because of that. A couple misses on the Red Alliance is going to hurt them. But there's still plenty of time to get back into this match as the Blue Alliance is working on the L4s. Same with Red Alliance, just a little bit behind early on here.
Bravo immediately going for those algae as well. Red not yet going for any. Probably focusing on that RP rather than the win maybe here.
Yeah, it looks like they're moving to a couple L3s already on the Red Alliance side. Maybe not fully doing the L4s. But these algae are going to start to become a problem here for the Red Alliance because
Yeah, once they start
going to get full.
recycling here.
Yeah. Probably doing a great job of dealing with that. So far, no misses by the virtual human player. And there's one, but unfortunately bounces over to the Red Alliance side of the field, so it's going to be a bit harder to get. But lots of scoring happening.
Yeah, Red cycling away on those corals, still looking like they're on pace for getting that coral RP at
See the
least.
ranking point. Yeah, Blue's also doing a good job, basically just filling the entire reef. They haven't done a whole lot of L1 work yet. There's still 40 seconds left in the match. They probably do need to start working on that one now, which looks like they are. At this point, no doubt in which alliance is going to be taking the win. It's just a matter of how many ranking points can each of the alliances extract from this matchup.
Red's not quite there with the L1s. So
yeah, Blue's completed the L1s, look like. So
for early climbs.
They're just going to climb, make sure that they can get all those ranking points. Red also going to secure the barge ranking point. No sense in pushing too hard when you're not that close for the other one. And yeah, very very casually strong and dominant here from the Blue Alliance. Job well done to them. Take a look at that breakdown. Both alliances getting the climb ranking point, but the 6 ranking points going to the Blue Alliance of Alex, Mario, and Parava is going to help him out a lot, as it is a tough one to get all 6. Lots of things can go wrong, and pulling that off here in this match.
Big scores from all of them as well. Alex unusually being the lowest score on the team with the 72 there.
Yeah. Parava number 1, basically doing all the algae, which racks up a lot of points. No defense played on that either, so not slowed down in any way on that front. Looking very strong in that match.
Looking at the rankings here, Eric seems to have, for the most part, locked in first here, unless catastrophe happens at the last few matches that he has. We're getting right underway with the next match.
Match 27. We're playing back-to-back matches.
Yeah, let's see if Parava can keep up his performance from last time.
Yeah, Turtle jumping into an early processor in auto, looks like.
Yeah.
Looks like they're going to be doing the processor for the Blue Alliance, while the other 2 robots focus on the coral scoring on that reef.
Well, unfortunately for Gar there, knocks one out.
knocked that out. Yep, that's tough. Over on the Red Alliance, Dragon, a unfortunate miss on the L4. Othek going for a score, and that one's also going to miss, but it drops in L1, so at least not completely going empty-handed.
Yeah, Red not doing the algae at all. Seems like they have the same strategy as Red Alliance last time, going for that RP rather than maybe the win in this case.
Yeah, right now, 30-ish points. Now they're going for it, but nearly a foul. Othek wisely not driving through the Blue Alliance cages.
It's like Blue is also focusing on that RP. Decides not to go for any steals of algae or anything. Just wants to make sure the Red can't overflow too much if they chose to go for that.
Yeah. Trying to lock those in. Going for L1s now is Dar. Same with Turtle. Some great placements there.
Mm-hmm. They're still missing a couple on each of the layers here, so they only have one full, but so last 40 seconds, hopefully they'll be able to fill those up.
Yeah, so how is L1 compared to the other levels? Is it a significant challenge, or is it no big deal?
It's not too much of a big deal. It's not something I normally score, at least, playing mostly single player or a little bit of a multiplayer here and there, but yeah, definitely a little bit of different strategy for it for sure.
Looks like our missed one at the very end that might have cost that one ranking point. You can see
There's
only three levels filled out. That might have done it for them, but they still come away with the 3 ranking points for winning, which, of course, is the majority of what's up for grabs.
Mm-hmm. Ranking points, and it looked like they got the climb barge RP. We'll have to check at the end here.
Dara was going for the hang off the barge. Oh, actually, didn't get the auto one either.
I didn't get the auto one.
Auto is tough. It's not a very forgiving placement location.
Also, with all the delays of online play, it's so much harder than getting it in single player.
Yeah, exactly. And it's hard enough in single player.
Yeah.
Yeah, great win there from the Blue Alliance. So we're kind of chugging along here. Match number 28 is up next. But first, let's check in with the rankings. Eric sitting in number 1, Duck number 2. I believe he's unavailable to actually play for the elimination period. So
that's correct.
Mario Fan is the effective number 2 seed. However, it does still give you points for the player for their seeding, so that will be some benefit to them. But
notably, we saw Alex climb up into the 8th rank, so interesting to see. Yeah, from the bottom. Now he's here. So
yeah, the players are all going to be sorted by what is essentially district points, same as normal FRC. So those will determine championship qualification, which is the ultimate goal, is to get your seat in the championship event, potentially get a win. As we have our autonomous period here for match 28, and we'll get scores up in just a sec.
Is this official?
Oh, maybe not, actually. It might not be. That could be why.
It did give a countdown.
This is official, yeah.
Oh,
okay.
Just missing
There's the
Duck
score.
here.
Yeah.
Right.
Duck is
so
not
this
coming.
The 2v3 unfortunate situation here.
But Tyler and Charlemagne are sure to try and make the best out of it.
Yeah, I mean, Red Alliance looking really high-powered here. Eric and Mario Fan, very highly ranked players currently. I think Turtle's also not too bad either. So definitely more of a damage limitation here for the Blue Alliance. See what they can do.
Yeah, hopefully try and pick up a couple RPs along the way.
Yep, exactly, and we'll see what the Red Alliance can do. Put on a show, potential pairings that we might see later on here. Just a few matches once qualification is done. Seeing lots of scoring on both sides. The algae play for Red Alliance been there. Nothing yet for the Blue Alliance. We got the freaking Alexa or whatever going off in the back.
Someone was detected at your front door. Hopefully that's going to help them with the ranking points.
The third member showing up for the Blue Alliance? Is that what we're hearing?
Yeah, showing
Yeah.
up through Evan. Through
I'm
Evan's
here.
front door.
I'm here.
That algae's bouncing all over the place. There we go. Finally finds its way into the net.
It looks like Blue is going hard for the Coral RP. Trying
Yeah, I
to
mean,
get
Which is-
something.
Really smart, because the barge RP is a lot harder for 2 robots, but they're going for it anyway.
Yeah,
We'll see
they're
if that
just-
pans out.
I don't see Charlemagne swinging, so I'm gonna assume
Get off the
that
ground
it, or
potentially.
maybe Tyler. Might have been Tyler. Somebody's not
Hard to
swinging.
tell.
What isn't hard to tell, though, is the Red Alliance has definitely come away with the win here. Not too surprising.
Yeah, 2v3s, especially in this game, are a little punishing, unforgiving.
Yeah, I mean, what games aren't, though, to be honest. Like, really, the only ones that you have are, like, the ones that where there's fouls that are easy to get. Thinking something like, Infinite Recharge. Probably the only game that you could, like, 2v3, potentially, in a reasonable way.
Yeah, probably.
I'm assuming that you're, like, somewhat on the same level.
Yeah. We do have a 3v3 in
Yeah,
this
let's go.
match. With our,
That's what we like to see.
we've got Aaron, Vibes, and Alex versus Dragon, Prods, and Logan.
Yeah, match underway.
Red currently has 3 on the reef, now 4, now 5, solidifying that auto RP.
Yeah, blue
Um,
only 3 in auto, looks like. So it is going to be advantage red.
About a 20-point gap here, but Blue's going to try their best to make that up. Logan scored some coral on L4, and he makes it. And now he's going to do a smooth algae clear and level 3. Alex going in for an L4 on red. That was Aaron going in for an L4 on red. He makes it. Vibes is hitting the algae hard, like we've seen him do all tournament. Definitely an algae specialist.
Yeah, lots of good scoring here. Still red with a pretty comfortable lead. So we're going to see if blue can do anything about that. They're bringing it back a little bit closer here. Still some L4 options for both alliances, but they're locked in right now on trying to complete those ranking points. Only one level filled for each alliance so far, but still over a minute to play. Bit of a miss there by Vibes. Pick that one up again and put it back in the processor.
It goes up in the processor and it settles. Now look
Yeah,
at
we
a
see
little
2 levels now for both alliances. Now 3 for red.
3 for red.
I think they just have L1s left, maybe. Maybe it's an L2,
It
not
could
sure.
be L2, yeah.
Still 2 levels to go for blue. Not sure where they're missing theirs. Definitely L1s, but Logan working on that one. Now we've hit the 3 threshold. Trying to go for the 4 out of 4.
Red has gotten their 4.
Nice.
So 15 seconds left. You're going to be looking for that barge RP.
Yeah, and blue's still trying to complete theirs as well, but they got to make sure that they're not going to throw the climbs. Looks like they're not going to be able to get the 4. Logan really struggling with the lineup here. Does he get up off the ground in time? It ended up being really close, actually,
Yeah, wow.
considering.
Gonna have to take a look at Red's climbs, see just how many climbs they got, because very
Yeah.
close near the end there. MVP of the match is Alex with 94 contribution, and yeah, the climbs are a little worse on red than they were on blue. Not by, as much as you would think, but coral on red was way higher than blue by about 20 points. So definitely a good match, though. 5 RP to the 1 for blue.
Yeah, one thing that I'm noticing though is that players are definitely really finding their groove now compared to earlier on in the day when we were just starting. A lot less mistakes, a lot more ranking points, and making a big difference.
All right, looks like we're ready for qual 30. Getting close to the end of our qualification tournament.
Yeah,
Almost.
unfortunately, it looks like another 2v3 here.
It's not supposed to be. We're just missing one of the red players' prodigals.
Okay. Oh, well, they just played in the last match, I think, so
Yeah,
that
so they gotta
definitely
switch server, so
would probably make sense.
give them a moment. Paraba's doing some pull-ups on the wall.
Yeah.
2. And I'm gonna see how many reps Paraba can get. Oh, Paraba gave up. That was very sad. I was excited.
Yes. Dar currently sitting in 3rd. Turtle in 6th. So definitely some implications ranking wise here could be made. It is very close in that mid range. Dar's actually only 1 RP up on Turtle.
That's gonna be really, really close. All right, here we are. Auto's gonna start. We're gonna see everybody make their way towards the reef. Already 3 pieces placed for red, and now 5. 2 in the L1 this time. Wow, yeah. Definitely getting that auto RP on red, but blue not quite making it.
Prod's doing a great job of clearing the reef in that auto and immediately going into the algae into the processor. 2 quick
Yeah.
scores. Love to see it.
Definitely smart if you're, especially if you're not as fast with the L4s. You just throw L1s in and clear, and it's definitely beneficial.
Yep, exactly. So red with a bit of a lead, but still lots of time here. Of course, as I mentioned, Turtle trying to be up there in terms of the ranking. Gonna get a quick D score before they pick up a coral and gonna score that L2, looks like.
Interesting that neither team is really going for algae at all. People are focusing a lot more on the RPs
Cool.
now that it's close to
Yeah, they realize that
the end.
that 1 RP could make a huge difference in the final rankings. Yeah, pretty much everybody just stay into their own lane, scoring what they can.
Both teams
And
look on
now-
track for that coral RP. So
Now we see some algae from the Blue Alliance. Not sure if that's because they feel confident, or maybe they feel confident they won't hit it and they just want to kind of put up as much points as they can.
I want to point out that amazing pass from Tyler there. Not intentional, but shot that right
Yeah.
across the field. Right to
Dangerous
Kerbal.
pickup there from Kerbal, but gets it done. No problem for them. It's still
Really,
one more level here for the Red Alliance. Not sure what they're missing. Maybe it's L2s. And there we go. L2 scored, and they have the ranking point currently. Assuming
10 seconds
they have
left.
D
2
score
of
a
them
bunch of
staying
stuff.
out this late is scary.
Yeah, just go get their climbs. Trying to get up off the ground.
They got it.
And gonna be a good win here for the Red Alliance. Looking like a 6 RP. But also a respectable score here from the Blue Alliance.
Not bad at all, yeah. Outstanding score from Turtle as well. Nope, some big points.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, 6 ranking points for the Red Alliance. Can't really be too mad about that one.
Yeah, Dar is definitely enjoying that.
Yeah, for sure. Unfortunately, none for the Blue Alliance. They put up a good effort, but wasn't quite enough to make it there. So Dar still in the chase to catch up to Mario Fan, but there is a pretty big gap still. Actually, that might have been his last match. Oh no, he still has one more.
Yeah, gonna be interesting to see how it shakes up. And especially we do have well, Dar's last match, he is against a 2-person alliance, unfortunately for them. So
Yeah, this is big. Eric versus Mario Fan, actually.
yeah.
So we have our 1 versus 2 seed. Now, Eric does have a pretty big lead in terms of ranking points, so we kind of have to be a disaster match for him to lose the first seed, but you never know.
This is a strong
Starts
alliance
Prado.
too, so both alliances I think are strong here. Red already has their auto RP, and so does Blue. So
Yep.
pretty
So
much
that's
tied
one on the
outside of
board
auto.
at least.
And I think Blue's going to be pushing it as hard as they can in this match. Vibes starting on the algae like he always does.
Yeah.
Getting some quick algae scores up. Aaron doing the same
Player
thing on
missed.
red. Oh,
There's only one in the net, and the human player missed. It is tied.
yeah, this is
Crazy match here coming out. Second last quals match. Start to pick up the energy here. It is back and forth between these two alliances. It is neck and neck. 1 seed on red, 2 seed on blue. Trying to throw those algae in.
Everybody putting up as much as they can, just pushing as hard as they can to get all the score out of these robots they can. It's
literally just back and forth,
back and forth
every single time.
Notably, the algae in the blue net is a large amount compared to what's going in the red one. So
some L4 still available for Blue Alliance, though. They're starting to capitalize on that. Looks like there's 1 still available for red. Red's starting to pull away now.
Possession fell on Charlemagne.
Yeah, that's going to hurt a bit. Starting to run away with this one a little bit, but as we know, climbs can be a little bit of a turning point for some of these matchups, so we do see something crazy there. So we're going to L1s now. Blue Line still only has 2. Oh, okay, then they have 3 levels. 4 levels for red, so they got that RP locked in. They're just trying to pad the stats at this point and secure that win. Still a lot of work to do here for the Blue Alliance in terms of trying to win this match, but they do have the 4 levels as well, cracking 300 already without the climbs. Climbs coming in now. Just trying to secure it. One last L1 for Charlemagne.
Pushing it a little later, but
yep, they need to do everything they can though to try and get that win. And looks like there might be some failed climbs on blue.
Yeah, looked like Charlemagne fell. A 106 contribution from Mario Fan. Definitely
match
showing.
MVP.
Yeah, definitely showing what he can do.
But they missed the climbs. The climb RP on both sides.
That's crazy.
So stuff still left on the table for both of these alliances, that's for sure. But a relatively clean match beyond that, and I think that pretty much just locks in the top 2. Dar's technically possible to get second if he 6 RPs, but he said he's with he's in the 2v3, right? So
he's against the 2.
Oh, he's against the 2. So it is possible for him to sneak up into second. Let's see, what other ranking implications do we have here? The Kerbal and ACS are actually the bottom 2 currently. So playing with Dar, hopefully to just get a little bit up there. And it is kind of nice to play with one of the players that is there we go.
That was strange.
It is nice to play with one of the players just like at the end of the quals to kind of just showcase your stuff and have a good match and be that sleeper pick for one of those alliance captains that do pick up in the standings, right?
Yep.
Logan and Ofek, unfortunately, having to play 2v3, but they're gonna do their darndest to get that coral ranking point. There's a flip. The robot does get reset though. Just some smooth scoring here from Logan. Red Alliance also doing pretty well. To be honest, Blue Alliance is not that far out of it.
Yeah, no, red is not making the best of their bad or their good situation, I think, but
Did that? Okay, yeah, L2. Never mind. Big miss there from Logan, unfortunately. Pushing a little bit too hard.
Time trying to use the station with 3 coral in front of it, so not working out for them, but it's still this is closer than we've seen some of these the 3v3 matches.
Maybe. Yeah.
The fact is though, red does have a climb over them, so if climbs are perfect, they automatically have an edge, but climbs are never perfect. So we will see. Maybe all of Red Alliance will fall off, and
yeah, it looks like Logan's given up on the RP now. They're trying to fill out, maximize score as much as possible. It is still technically winnable. It's going to be tough though. Red Alliance is now starting to get a bigger lead here. They found their stride. Should be comfortably okay, barring some absolutely catastrophic play from the Red Alliance. Going for the climbs, trying to get those ranking points secured. Oh, big fail there from the climb for Logan. Actually, is going to miss out on that ranking point. At least I think he fails. Oops. Looks like he didn't get up. Yeah, 214 to 166 to round out our qualification matches. And yeah, 0 ranking point match at the end of the day there for Logan and Ofek. Unfortunate. 4 for the Red Alliance. Going to be okay with that one. Sure they wanted more, but you take the wins.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Alliance selection plays out.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's check in with the rankings real quick. So our top 4 currently are, well, not currently. Our top 4 are Eric, Mario, Dar, and Logan. I think we are doing 4 alliances.
I believe that was what was decided. Yes.
So
let me double check.
Yes, we are going to do 4 alliances.
Oh yeah, Waxton's here.
Those are going to be your 4 alliance captains, assuming there's no injured picking, which very well could be. In which case, we're looking at Duck, Alex, and Turtle, and maybe Paraba if something crazy happens. But
I think that'd be funny.
Yeah, that would be crazy. But it was pretty close there, between Logan, Duck, Alex, and Turtle. Not a lot separating those players. So we'll definitely see how alliance selection goes here in just a minute. Maybe we'll start in like a few minutes time and get everything set up, and we'll see you in a sec.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We are going to get started with our alliance selections. It's going to be 4 different alliances of 3. We do have some players who are unavailable for the draft, unfortunately. I do believe we have to quickly refresh our available team list because it's looking a little bit different than what is actually available, just so we make sure we don't have people inviting players who are not at this event. So we'll just work on getting that set up here. Yeah, like I said, we're going to have the 4 alliance double elimination bracket here.
Yeah, Evan, it looks like you have the wrong spreadsheet. There you go.
There we go. All right. So there are 3 players that are ineligible, or rather have declined already, pre-declined, due to not being able to make it through the entire elimination round, which should be pretty quick. But unfortunately, those players aren't able to attend. So that is Duck, who was actually our 4th seed, which does mean that Alex is going to be in the 4th position at least, assuming no interpicking, which we'll see how things go. But let's get this underway. Alrighty, so our first alliance captain is Eric 9033. Hey Eric, who would you like to select for your alliance?
I would like to select Mario to join me on Alliance 1.
All right, Mario Fan 9, your 2nd seed, has been invited by the number 1 alliance. What do you say to that, Mr. Mario?
I graciously accept.
All right, great.
It's gratefully, not graciously.
Gracefully.
All right, we do have our alliance number 1. Waxton, if you're able to update the stuff as we kind of go through, that would be fantastic. But now we're going to bring in our now alliance captain number 2. Hello, Dar. Your alliance number 2 captain. Who would you like to invite to your alliance?
On behalf of TLS Team EDE, I'd like to invite my teammate and former partner in crime, Logan 4476.
Welcome, Logan. You've been selected by Dar on the number 2 alliance. What is your response?
I accept. Let's run it back, Dar.
Run it back.
Alrighty, Dar and Logan starting off our alliance number 2. Now, we're skipping over Duck. Unfortunately, he was not able to play for eliminations. And we're going to jump to Alex 1629, who is going to be alliance captain number 3. Who would you like to invite?
I'm muted, my bad.
All good.
I was not banking on being a captain, but I am going to select Paraba.
All right. Welcome, Paraba. You've been selected 3rd overall by Alex 1629 for the 3rd alliance. What is your response? All right. Alliance number 3 getting sorted. I'll move people to the right spot. And that means we have Turtle 4831, rounding out our 4th alliance captain. Who would you like to select to join your alliance?
I'd like to invite Tyler 1334 to join my alliance.
All right. Welcome, Tyler 1334. You've been selected 4th overall for the 4th alliance by Turtle 4831. What would you like to say?
I'd like to gratefully accept.
Awesome. All right, so we have Tyler working together with Turtle, the Double T team. And here in XRC, we do non-serpentine. So we're going to go all the way back up to alliance number 1, headed here by Eric 9033 to make his final selection.
Yeah, I want to make sure that a weird rumor I'm hearing is wrong. I can't select another alliance captain, right?
Correct.
Okay, I don't know why people were saying that. I'll take Schroeder for Aaron. I don't know whichever name he wants.
Okay. I believe that is here. Hello, Scherfer, or Aaron, or whatever you want to go by. You've been selected by the #1 alliance. What is your response?
Awesome. I'll gratefully accept. Thank you so much.
Awesome. #1 alliance complete. We're gonna jump down to Dar, captain of #2, and your selection, please.
Sure, if you give us one moment.
Absolutely. Yeah, so 4 different options left on the table. One of them, I just learned, is on your team. I didn't realize that.
All right. We have a selection.
All right.
Alliance 2 would like to select Ofekani.
All right, let's go. Welcome, Ofek. You have been selected by the #2 alliance. What would you like to say?
Okay, so now that my internet finally loaded,
Nice.
I, Ofekavni, humbly accept.
Awesome.
Let's go.
All right. That is going to round out the alliance #2. 2 more spots up for grabs, and one of those deciders is going to be Alex1629, captain of alliance #3. Who would you like to invite to round out your alliance?
We are going to take ACS Dragon.
All right. Hey, ACS Dragon, you've been selected by alliance #3. Would you like to accept or decline this offer?
I gratefully accept.
Amazing. All right, we will send them back to their alliance channel, and one more selection hangs in the balance here. Turtle 4831. You get to make someone's day here, or perhaps a little bit of heartbreak for whoever does not get chosen. Who would you like to select to round out your alliance?
Can I invite Brona to join our alliance?
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Vibes. Hopefully you're feeling the vibes because you have been selected by alliance #4. Do you choose to accept this invitation?
And I graciously accept.
Amazing.
Sick.
I will let you guys sort yourselves out, and yeah, we will be starting eliminations match #1 in 15 minutes. So we're gonna go 5:35 Eastern. So get a snack, get some water, stretch break, and we'll see you back here in a few minutes.
Welcome everybody back. Here we are again. Now that qualifications is over, alliance selection has been decided, it's time for the playoffs. We're gonna start off with Alliance 1 versus Alliance 4. Alliance 1 having Captain Eric 9033, first pick Mario Fan 9, and their second pick Schroeder at Fur. Then we have Alliance 4, captained by Turtle 4831, first pick Tyler 1334, and their second pick Brother Vibes 808. Looks like we're gonna get everyone's in. We got the names popping.
Are we ready to start the match?
Let's just get the names on for the robot people. If we can. Oh, there we go. Okay. Should be ready. Everyone's in.
Sounds good. Let's get these playoff matches started.
First playoff match starts in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Starting autonomous, we see the Red Alliance immediately scoring already 3 L4s, already with 6 scored. Blue Alliance just has 2 currently on L4 scored, getting the last one, getting out of autonomous at 26 of 53, with the Red pulling off the lead here. Continuing the lead with 100 points in less than the 2-minute mark. Red Alliance with a big strong lead currently against the Blue Alliance with 58. We see Vibes playing the Algae, while we have Tyler and Turtle as Coral scorers. We see Vibes going towards the red side. Seems like he's playing some defense, or probably just stealing some of the Algae from the Red Alliance so they can't score any in the processor. We see Mario Fan and Eric being one of the very consistent core scorers, continuing to score, almost getting Eric just completing that all the levels for the L4. Mario Fan's cycling that L3 while Eric is ahead of also scoring L3. We see Blue Alliance still missing some L4s, could not mostly completed with their Reef, having only 1, 2 currently scored Coral in the L3 level. We see Vibes continuing to score in the processor, even though Red Alliance are currently in the lead with the processor, having almost, based on what I see from here, almost 10 in the processor. With only less than 50 seconds left in the match, Red Alliance continues that big gap they had of starting the match with 238 to 170. Will Blue be able to catch up with these 30 seconds left in the match? We see Vibe getting a foul there by the Red Alliance. Seems like he scored. Oh, and we see some bounce outs by both the Red and Blue Alliance in the processor. Seems like Aaron is trying to steal some Algae to get inside that processor. Brother goes and tries to steal one of the ones that went to the Red Alliance side. With 6 seconds left in the match, 3, 2, 1. Final score says Red has it, but we'll see what the judges say. Sorry, referees. This was a very strong showing from the Alliance 1, with Eric having 112 contrib, Marvin 89, and Aaron 58. With this being our first playoff match Alliance 1 moves on into the upper bracket to go against whoever falls short from the second match. Alliance 4 still has a chance to fight back in the lower bracket. We'll see what's next. As we wait for our second match to go on, which is Alliance 2 versus Alliance 3. Alliance 2 being captained by Dar7890, first pick Logan 4476, and their second pick Ofibani, while they're going against Alliance 3 captained by Alex1629 and their first pick Paraba, with their second pick Axe Dragon. We'll see how this goes. Everyone seems to be in.
3, 2, 1.
Match starts in 3, 2, 1. With the start of Autonomous, we see both Red and Blue Alliance going quickly to score those L4s. We'll see. Oh, we had one respawn by Ovegvani. See what that was. As Autonomous finished, Blue Alliance with a slightly lead during Autonomous. That reset from the Red Alliance gave them the little edge right there. We see Axe Dragon going for all the algae stealing from the Red Alliance as he ran through the barge, getting a foul from Red's algae scorer. Axe Dragon being a good algae scorer, being able to steal all that algae from the Red Alliance. That could give them that slight lead that the Blue Alliance needs to win the match. We have Dar and Logan being one of the main core scorers here in the Red Alliance, quickly scoring that L3, only missing one L4. And in the Blue Alliance, we have Alex and Paraba, who are the main core scorers for that alliance, already finished with L4, trying to get that L3 finished. As we see the Red Alliance with a slightly 10-point lead from the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance picking it up with 165. Red Alliance, this could be a very tied match based on how points are being countered. We see Red Alliance with a 192, Blue Alliance with 94, less than 1 minute left in the match. These are pretty close scores. Anything, any foul, any algae bouncing out could conclude what the match results could be. Red Alliance keeping it up with that coral scoring, already finished with the L3, trying to get that L2 finish with almost 20 seconds left in the match. We see a point lead by a 245 point lead by the Blue Alliance from 239. Oh, and we see Red Alliance Dar getting a foul there in the last seconds of the match. And that is the final 243 to 269. Blue Alliance finishing off with a lead. We'll see what the referee says. And Blue Alliance takes that win. Alliance 3 moving up into the upper bracket to go against Alliance 1. Fighting for that spot in finals. The Red Alliance, who is Alliance 2, still has a chance to fight back in the lower bracket, going against Alliance 8. We'll see what's next up. Next match being the match 10 from the lower bracket, we have Alliance 2 versus Alliance 8. Like previously said, Alliance 2, captained by Dar. First pick Logan, second pick Ovivani. With Alliance 8. Wait, Alliance 4, mistake. Look at the. Oh, my bad, guys. We're still. My mistake, guys. We are still in the upper bracket, playing match 11 in 3, 2, 1. During autonomous, we see both Alliance 1 and Alliance 3 grabbing those cores to score in level 4 the Reef. Red Alliance with a 51 point and Blue Alliance with 31 point out of autonomous. Red Alliance with that lead, they continue to stretch that lead. Red Alliance only missing 2 corals up in that level 4 to complete, while Blue Alliance is missing 3. We see Dragon going for some, what it looks like, defense against the Red Alliance, while we have Alex and Paraba doing the full coral scoring. Alex seems to be doing some hybrid algae and coral scoring so that the Blue Alliance gets those processor points. We see Dragon doing some defense at the same time dragging. Oh, and he gets a foul from Mario Fan while passing through their reef. Seems to be playing some processor defense so that Aaron doesn't get any processors, but still gets to be able to put an algae and gets the bounce out, giving them the complete 6 points for processor scoring. We see Alliance 1, Red, with 225 points. With less than 1 minute left, Red Alliance keeps extending that score. Blue Alliance still trying to fight back, now with Aaron playing some processor defense, not letting Alex score any algae. He goes back to scoring coral. With L3 almost complete, we have the Reef for Alliance 1 Red almost complete, missing some L2s. We see Eric already scoring some L1s, going back to scoring some L2s to complete that Reef. We see Dragon getting another foul in that Reef, that being a major foul, helping extend that Red's points. With 10 seconds left in the match, we see Red with almost 350 points to Blue Alliance 246. We'll see what the referee says about this match. Alliance 1 taking that score by an almost 100 point lead, moving to the grand finals. Blue Alliance, Alliance 3 still has the chance to make it to finals in the lower bracket, going against whoever loses from the match 12 against Alliance 2 or Alliance 4. We'll wait to see for our next match. Everybody from the Blue Alliance seems... Oh no, everybody's there yet. We should be ready. And this is match 12 of the lower bracket. Alliance 2 and Red against Alliance 4 and Blue. With the start of a... Have we started the match?
Apparently, Alliance 2 is not completely in. I thought they had all swapped out, but that was not the case.
Okay.
There we go.
Ready?
3, 2, 1.
Okay, now we're starting with the autonomous starting. We have both Blue Alliance and Red Alliance going towards scoring those L4s. Red having 3 currently scored, while we have Blue 4. Red pulling that 4-point lead during autonomous. Scores are going back and forth against Blue and Red. 40, 50, 40, 50, 63 to 61. Points keep going. Can't even say it. Red Alliance with a slight lead of 8 points. We have Turtle de-algifying all the algae in the reef to give them enough time to be able to getting that algae stuck in their funnel, but being able to take it out to continue scoring that coral. We had Vibes scoring in the processor, while on the red side we have Vani scoring that algae as well. We have Logan and Dar continuing to show how great they are with their coral scoring, missing 3 L4s in the Red Alliance, while Blue Alliance is only missing 1. Could be a tech. They're waiting for the good moment to score those L4s, maybe surprising their alliance and point-wise, but it seems like they're completing those L4s, while the Blue Alliance is still missing 1 L4. Seems like Turtle's going to complete it. And it bounces out. Less than a minute left in the match. Red Alliance with a lead of 215 to 198. Scores are still close enough with almost 30 seconds left in the match. Anything could happen. We see all from Alliance 3 coral scoring in these last 30 seconds. As well, like in the Blue Alliance, everyone is coral scoring. We see Dar coming for some last second defense. Probably not going to let anyone from the Blue Alliance get that climbs, but with 10 seconds left, scores are very close. Only climbs could decide what the match results will be with 3, 2, 1. Match done. 1 point difference. We'll see what the referee says. Is that Kaiju?
It is Kaiju. Hello.
Kaiju,
do I sound okay?
Yeah.
Awesome. I am finally free from what I was doing for the past week. So I thought I'd pop in and say hello.
Hey, man. Because you were college touring, right?
Sorry, say again?
You were college touring?
That was earlier. That was like a month ago now. I was doing a camp, but I'm back, or not back home yet, but I'm at a house, so I actually have Wi-Fi. So I was gonna see if I don't know if you saw my message or not.
Oh wait.
But if my quality is okay, I was wondering if I could help you out a little bit. For this next match.
Because which next match is we just finished.
Oh, we got
playoff
scores.
With the
Wow,
1 point difference, we see Red Alliance pulling that lead.
Wow, that is close. The penalty is making Blue get knocked out here, I think, right? This is a lower bracket. Wow, that was insanely close.
Alliance 4. The names are not correct there, but Alliance 4 being captained by Turtle 4831. Their first pick, Tyler 1334. And their second pick, Bretta Vibes, being eliminated, but they played very well for keeping
they
it this
put up
close.
a good fight. I saw their playoff matches. They were looking good. But we got one more match till finals, I think,
One
right?
more match.
Next one.
Yep. It's going to be Alliance 3 versus Alliance 2. We're going to see
the finals.
See who goes against Alliance 1, who's waiting in the finals.
I just want to say that, what was it, 345 put up by them? That was... Oh no, is my Discord dying? Oh no. Hello?
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Oh, okay. No, it sounded like you when you disconnect and they lag out. It sounded like that. Scared for a second.
Well, it looks like all robots are inside for playoffs 13. This being Alliance 3 versus Alliance 2, the last playoff match in the lower bracket until finals. And we know many are still waiting for what's going to happen after finals. Wait for that announcement, guys. Might be a big one.
It's not a big one. It's not going to be a big one. I'm just
You
going to
know what? It
spoil
might
it.
not
It's
be
not a big one. Don't worry.
Okay, let's see. Playoffs. Lower bracket starting.
Okie dokie, here we go. All robots moving in autonomous. Looking like red might have missed one, although I'm not sure. It's very laggy.
Yeah.
Coming out of auto, red with a little bit of a lead here. 63 to 53. Looks like you've got an algae bot dedicated for each alliance. Not really playing any defense yet. Dragon almost getting stuck on that cage, barely missing it, then going to play defense. Blue still getting as many algae as they can into that processor to make sure that they can gain that advantage against that red alliance. Alex and Paraba just completely filling that top side of that reef really fast. Alex going to place algae.
Dragon,
looking like a foul was
foul.
called on Dragon over there. Double foul even. That is not going to help the Reds' winning chances. That lead that they had built up is now pretty much gone. Blue taking it into the lead a little bit by 15 points. Blue still hammering as many algae into that processor as they can, building up that lead now with 24 in the lead. 8 Dragon again going back to the blue side, maybe looking to play some defense. He might be stuck though. I'm not sure what's going on there. Blue Alliance
another
finally finishing that L4. Another foul by Dragon. Their lead is gaining. Blue's lead is gaining. Blue has finally finished their L4s, opting to wait as long as they could to do that. Dar getting into Coral a little bit stuck in his robot, but getting that out of there pretty fast. Now it looks like all 3 red robots are cycling Coral, trying to make up that lost score. 227 to 255 with 30 seconds left. As we are about to go into endgame, the Reefs are both looking pretty full, which is what you would expect for the pre-finals match. Dar looking to play a little bit of defense, maybe trying to bait some fouls before endgame starts, or it has already with 10 seconds left. Alex going for a really late climb here. Will that actually pay off or not? With 3, 2, 1. Unofficial score is really close with 287 to 285. Blue barely taking it. But we'll have those official scores for you in just a second.
That was a very close one at the end.
Yeah, I think Blue was up by like 30 points at one point. I didn't expect them to be able to catch that back up because 30 points in this game is a lot, especially getting into the end of the game.
And that's the thing with Barge. If your team gets all their climbs, that can really pull you through.
Yep, that was one thing that I hated about Crescendo was endgame. If it was a far game, it didn't really catch you up. But this game, you can definitely have a last minute catch up, which I really like to see. I'm pretty sure it's just good play from everybody in that match. Dragon getting a few too many fouls, but looking pretty good on all of his play otherwise. Good to
Official
see.
scores?
Official score.
Oh.
It is going to be Blue Alliance taking it by 2 points.
Alliance 2.
Oh, he's doing something.
Scores?
Scores. Oh.
Is it a tie? Is it a tie?
Is it a tie? Is it a loss? Oh, what's happening? I think he's reviewing the match.
Nope, there was a unofficial practice match started. So
I see.
Okay, I see.
That makes sense. So yes, Blue did actually take that match. It is going to be an uninteresting Alliance 1 versus Alliance 2. No, I'm just kidding. This is going to be an exciting final match. High scores put up by Red. Highest score 345 by them. See if they can put that up again. It would be really interesting to see if Blue can even put that up.
Yeah.
Their highest score, I think, being 287 currently. But you know, they're getting that rhythm. They're flowing now.
It's finals. Anything could happen.
Very true. Very true. But this is where I'll leave you. Good luck with everybody in the finals, and have fun seeing the very not important announcement later. Bye-bye.
Bye. Now, time to introduce our final players. We have Alliance 1, captained by Eric 9033, with their first pick Mario Fan 9 and their second pick Schroeder Fur. Going against Alliance 2, captained by Dar 7890, first pick Logan 4476, and their second pick of Vani. This is going to be a very interesting match, with Alliance 1 being one of the very high-scoring teams here, pulling that 345 highest score in playoffs, while Alliance 2's biggest score was 287 recently in the last playoff match. That was the last playoff match that was played. Anything could happen in finals, but we'll see. Now to wait until we start our first final match.
Yeah, so just taking a look at this matchup, what is the play for Alliance number 2? Obviously, they're the underdogs coming into this matchup. What can they do to maybe take a win here?
I mean, Logan and Dar are very good coral scorer. They've been very consistent with that. With Vani being a algae scorer in their alliance, we can really see probably some defense maybe could help them out in this. Eric and Mario Fan being one of the very good coral scorings. Without defense, they were able to pull a very big lead in their matches.
Yeah, absolutely. Defense definitely can make a massive difference.
But we'll see what the alliances strategy-wise think.
Welcome to all the people that are just tuning in now. We're doing our finals here in just a sec here, and then we'll jump into our very exciting announcement. But yeah, our finals is Alliance 1 versus Alliance 2. Red Alliance thus far has been very dominant. Blue Alliance obviously having to go through the lower bracket as they're kind of just warming up here. But I think we're ready to start this match any second here.
Looks like Dart's getting those last-minute push-ups.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Finals match number 1. Red Alliance the favorite, Blue Alliance the underdogs. But anything can happen. Here we go.
Algae out the reef.
Yeah, Algae out of the reef from Aaron. Doing a great job. It is tied out of auto, 58-58. Anybody's game so far.
Ooh,
Dar knocking over a bunch of the Algae. Logan's going to the other side, actually. Trying to steal and disrupt. It's a big change compared to what we were used to seeing, right? Because you were saying that Logan is one of the better coral scoring robots. So changing it up, letting Ofek do some of the some of the scoring for Blue Alliance is they both go for the same algae. It's a little bit of a problem there for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance slowly walking away with this one, very slowly. But there's a lot of L4 missing for the Blue Alliance, so they can catch up quick. Yeah, big foul on Aaron. And actually, it's within 10 points now. See Red Alliance responding with some algae, Logan. Actually, that's OFAC coming to try and play some defense, trying to bait out a foul. Doesn't get it. They do need those fouls to remain competitive, it seems like. But it is close. Still about a 10-point gap. Alliance number 1, Red Alliance just smooth sailing. Lots of drop coral over on the one side, but they're moving to L1s now. See Mario Fan dropping L1s, double cycle. Just making it as efficient as possible. 1, and then 2. Clean cycles down low. Blue Alliance once again still within striking distance, but they do have to make a gap somewhere. Logan's going to put another one into the processor while Dar working on those L2s. There's still L3s available, though, for the Blue Alliance. So that could maybe get some of the gap back up, but... Oh, unfortunate reset from OFAC. He got stuck on the cage. It's 15 seconds to go. Red Alliance jumping out ahead again. They're going to go for the climbs. Going for a climb block is Dar, but he just gets shoved in. And that is probably going to do it for your number 1 Alliance taking the first finals match. They put up a valiant fight. They tried a different strategy. Brought it close, but in the end, it wasn't quite enough in Finals 1. At least in the preliminary scores.
Definitely. Iran also definitely did keep it, was able to let the Blue Alliance keep it close with some of those fouls. 12 penalties for the Red Alliance, while Blue Alliance had 24.
24, yep. Oh, they immediately restart the thing. Whatever.
But definitely close match scores.
That was definitely a close match. I think that we saw some good defensive play. If we can continue to see Blue Alliance draw out those fouls and maybe less mistakes, we could see a Blue Alliance maybe take it to 3.
Definitely.
But right now, Eric, Mario Fan, and Aaron are feeling pretty confident. You know, they haven't dropped a game in the playoffs yet, I believe, and not looking to start now. We are ready to start finals match number 2 in any moment now. We will see if Alliance number 1 takes this one home or not.
3, 2.
All right, here we go. Last time Autonomous was neck and neck, literally tied. Will we see the same consistency, or will the pressure get to one of them? Blue Alliance a little bit behind early on in auto. But can they score their final pieces? That is the question. Dar does not get it off, and Red Alliance has a pretty big lead here now. Gonna see what the Blue Alliance can do to recover. Once again, Logan going to the other side, playing defense, trying to steal as much as possible. Just disrupting all of these algae, trying to shove them to the other side for OFAC, who is just placing those into the processor alongside Dar, clearing those out really quickly. And looks like they're going to go back to Coral. You know, Red Alliance has been focusing on Coral primarily and has a massive lead here, 40 points early on in match number 2.
Definitely being able to get those algae in early could help with those bounce outs. Getting those full 6 points.
Yeah, they need to have some bounce outs. They need to get around this defense from Aaron. Does get through it. We'll see if it bounces out. It doesn't. So no redirection there. And actually that looks like a steal from Aaron. Able to get one of the Blue Alliance's algae. Trying to push OFAC into the protected zone under the barge. And he's making very, very slow progress, but it doesn't really matter at this point. Even just going even here at for Alliance number 1, they're going to be happy with that one. They have a massive lead here.
Almost feels they're almost finishing the Reef with a couple of L2s missing.
And then no bounce out on that one either. Blue Alliance just not getting any luck here to try and keep them in this match. Under 40 seconds to go.
30
Lots of
seconds
good
left.
defense here. Does get fouled, so that is something, but they're going to need like 4 or 5 of those. There's your first bounce out for the Blue Alliance, but is it too little too late? 20 seconds to go. Blue Alliance down 40, now 30. And another one goes in. Lands in the net, 10 seconds to go. Red Alliance has all but sealed it. Can they just lock it in?
Huh?
And that is gonna do it, looks like. Red Alliance with the victory. Assuming that there's no question boxes or anything crazy here, we do have our event winner.
Yep, and Red takes it.
And congratulations to Eric9033, Mario Fan, and Aaron for the event win and starting off the SRC season with a absolute great dream scenario. Winning your first event is always a great place to start on your way to qualifying for the championship. Alrighty, so with that conclusion, we're just going to take a couple-minute break here, and then we will jump into our official announcements that hopefully are very exciting, and we'll be with you in just a few moments.
Stay tuned.
All right, welcome back. We do have our special announcement. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. We're doing it a little bit differently. See how it is, and hopefully people are excited. What we have cooked up for you, because it is exciting for me, exciting for you, hopefully as well. And yeah, we have a video that's going to play now, and hopefully you enjoy. Okay, sorry about that. I think we are all fixed up, and we will play the video now. So that was fun.
Feeling so tall, I could give a high five to the pilot. Yeah, family tight, I keep small circle like island. Whoa, inbox full of contracts, I sign with a stylist. Yeah, blue faces blowing up like violet. Talk about the things they're gonna say when they see me, and when they see me, they just dap me up and say good to meet me. I keep it going, flowing over this and make it look easy. Easy for me to say I do this every day of the week. I'm eager to be the one they talk about when all said and done with it. I'm the feature that they want, but then they don't when I come with it. I'm a scene, still a seat, filler, blow up the numbers, and I ain't leaving no crumbs, so you know when I'm done with it. I'm a new school vibe with an old soul, oh so great, stay paid by the boatload.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah,
Woo!
go the robot.
Uh,
I think that's all the
amazing
announcements,
robot.
right?
Yeah,
That's all the
yeah,
announcements.
yeah.
We're done. We're done.
Yeah. Okay. We've had our fun now, and we had extra fun because we screwed up playing the video like literally 100 times. But here is the actual video for our announcement.
Can't stop when we start, we gon' get it done. Start when we stop, we gon' get it done. Get it when we start, we gon' get it done. Start when we stop, we gon' get it done. We gon' get it. We gon' get it.
Hey, ahead of my time, and that's a race against my past. Whenever they clock me, that's 2,000 on the dash. When it kinda tickles me, and every day I laugh. Yeah, you know we number one, and you don't need to ask.
I got the magic, feel like I'm a greyhound looking at a rabbit. Finish line so close, I reach out and grab it. I only look back just to look at your reaction. Can't stop when we start, we get it done. Take no days off, we number one. Lace up these kicks, and we run. Like this,
We gon' get it done. We gon' get it done.
take no days off.
We gon' get it done.
Can't stop when we start.
We gon' get it done.
Start when we stop.
We gon' get it done.
Get it when we start.
We gon' get it done.
Start when we stop.
We gon' get it done.
Stop when we start.
We gon' get it done.
Start when we stop.
We gon' get it done.
Get it when we start.
We gon' get it done.
Start when we stop.
We gon' get it done.
We gon' get it. We gon' get it.
Alrighty. So, new robot out now, or very momentarily. I'm not sure if it's actually literally out right now, but
New robot is out right now. I just downloaded it.
perfect. So yeah, it is out literally right now. Right now, you can go play 1778 and have some fun. Ground pickup is live. So hopefully you enjoy, and we will be, having new robots, I guess, for the next event. So that should throw a wrench in the plans of some, but should be good. All right. Well, I mean, that's basically it. That's all we're gonna say for tonight. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. We will have the ranked server updated as well, so you can play ranked with the new robot. And yeah, have a good night, all.
Good night.